Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, Magic Fan. Welcome back to another streaming Saturday. How are you doing? So during the stream here, I'm going to play some Magic Arena, and we're going to play some events. We're going to play some 1v1 perhaps. We've got different events, limited events and so forth, and just hang out and talk about Magic and so forth. Talk about coffee. Hey Mark, how are you doing? You're gonna make coffee and settle in. Excellent, thank you so much. Send me a cup as well. Welcome Ashley as well. Yep, we gotta get Mark to send us all this coffee. And Tank Destroyer, welcome to you as well. Thanks for coming to hang out, whether you're on the Twitch or the YouTube or wherever you're watching from. Thank you everyone for coming to hang out. It means a lot to me to come and watch some adequate Magic gameplay. And as we hang out and do stuff. So you got your MTG working recently, you're gonna watch it get better. Yeah, let's talk about Magic and welcome to Magic and all of that. You can earn more of those rewards actually. Just keep hanging out and chatting. You get more points the more you chat. And then you redeem the points, you get more of those rewards to build a better deck. We'll talk right here. So we're actually about to do, let me go to the game. There's various events that are happening today. And I believe if you're hanging out on Twitch, you can hover over my cards and such and then get even more info once I'm actually playing. But one of the events that's going on here, Festival Super Singleton, I don't know if any of you have seen this yet, Ashley or Mark, have you seen this recently? This is the first time I see it today actually, the Super Singleton event. For this week's Festival of Time event, you'll need to weave together more cards than ever, calling in aid from many times and places. Can you bring the past into the present? The future may depend upon it. Your deck must be at least 100 cards from all of Magic Arena, which I guess they mean they also count historic, but you can only use a single copy of any card that isn't a basic, and you cannot use a sideboard or a companion. You haven't played this weekend. Okay, well, we get to check it out together here. So this seems to be a 100-card deck. It says minimum 100 cards. And it's everything Singleton. So it vaguely sounds like Commander. 100 cards. Everything Singleton. And it seems to be historic as well. So historic plus Singleton plus 100 cards. I'm down. So I don't have any of those decks that fit that bill at the moment. So we're going to have to craft a deck first. I've got a couple Brawl decks that I think we can start with and then improve and then enter this event. So let's see, what are the rewards here actually? The rewards, with one win you win card style of Grim Tutor. I love that card and I love that art, but it's just a card style. Next up we've got Scavenging Ooze, amazing card art there. And then we've got the Solemn Simulacrum. How do you like to say it? Solemn Simulacrum or Solemn... who else did I hear? They said it Solemn Simulacrum. People say it in slightly different ways. The correct way, of course, is Solemn Simulacrum, if you're in the US. So those are our rewards. Not great, actually, but it gives us a good chance to pick a deck, and as we can see here, I have no card that is valid. I mean, no deck that is valid because, yeah, I've never played this event ever. So let's craft a deck. I think what I want to do is, you say it, Simulacrum. Sounds legit. I would accept that pronunciation. Simulacrum. Who was it? Oh, I said pendulum wrong. I said pendulum. And then Lazar was like, it's pendulum. He was not being mean about it, but it's like, I never heard it that way. And it's like true. Like, how do you say pendulum also? I guess I say pendulum. Pendulum. And other people say it more like pendulum. It's all good as long as we can communicate. Anyway, I'm going to start with one of my Brawl decks, because that's already Singleton. And maybe this, I'm fine on this fine day. I've been doing my laundry, and hopefully it doesn't pick up too much on the microphone. It's drying. What else did I do today? Laundry. Oh, I had a recording on my podcast. I interviewed Mythic Michaela. That was a cool conversation. That episode's coming out next Friday. If you only read it all in the time, it's hard to know how to... Exactly. There's so many examples of things that I've only read but I don't know how to pronounce in real life. I can't think of any at the moment, but we'll see. So yeah, I interviewed Mythic Michaela earlier today, and her episode will be out next Friday. Where are the other? Are they using? No, I've got other chatters on YouTube. So I'm dual streaming. I have the technology to stream to the YouTube and Twitch. And some people hang out on Twitch, some people hang out on YouTube. So other people that are chatting, they're over on YouTube. So let's see here. We'll call this 100 Ulamog. So the idea with this deck is that it's just trying to get to Ulamog as fast as possible, which is a 10 mana, 10/10 indestructible. When you summon it, it exiles 2 permanents, including lands if you want to really wreck your opponent. And then when it attacks, you exile 20 of your opponent's cards. So I think we need to go over here. Friendly Brawl. Is that what's going to count? Here we go. 100 card Historic Singleton. So we'll set it to that. And other decks. We need to put Ulamog back. It is extremely broken and fun if you can get it to work. And the way I'm trying to get it to work is to have a bunch of mana rocks to just get me faster into it, and a bunch of artifacts for fun. So I have to look at my deck again. What is even in this deck? Since it's in Historic Brawl, you never get a chance to play it unless they have a special event, so I don't play it as much as I would like. But it's all artifacts. That's all artifacts, basically. So let's see, if we think about this. Okay, we're gonna need how many lands? First of all, 36 lands, because 36 lands, right? What is... Hey Mark, how are you doing? So we're gonna try this new event. It's the brand new weird event that they just put out on Arena. It's 100 card minimum Singleton. So it almost sounds like Commander, but it's on Arena, so it's not exactly. So let me just pull up one document over here to remind me, what is my starting mana base supposed to be? 36 lands. Okay, so we need to put 36 lands in this first of all. I'm going with these beautiful swamps. So how many lands do I currently have? 29. Okay, so I need 7 more lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's... Oops, I was counting the artifacts. There we go, lands. 33 lands. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Not 37, 36. Want to hear a poem? Yeah! Hit me with your poem. Remember, it's PG-13 stream right here, however. So let's see, we've got 70 cards so far. Zelviran Void, Terramorphic Expanse, love the art on that. Radiant Fountain, Mobilized District, Lotus Field, Labyrinth of Scophos, Karn's Bastion, Interplanar Beacon, Fabled Pass, Evolving Wilds Emergence, Cryptic Bonders, Blast Zone, and Swamps. So what other lands do we have? In self-defense, a knife protects. I bring my lunch, no one suspects. Ooh, pretty cool. Do you like to put together, do you like to write and be creative that way? Thanks for sharing that. I like it when my visitors come to, oh, we have more. And when it's time to end a life deceptive fruit. Banana knife. That's fun. So that's cool. Definitely. There's a lot of creative people on the... Might as well put Field of the Dead in here because I have so many different types of lands. Ghost Quarter. Reliquary Tower. Might as well, right? Just in case you have a bad draws and such. You can flex on people. My maximum hand size is infinite. Unclaimed territory. You return shortly. We'll be here. We'll be here from 8 to question mark. Unclaimed territory. Do I want an unclaimed territory? Nah, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't do anything extra besides what's built in. So how's everyone today? How was your Saturday or whatever day it is for you today? I mostly did laundry, and I'm thinking, what else did I do today? Laundry. What did I do? I did laundry, I did some basic cooking, but I need to go out to do some grocery shopping. And, let's look at some colorless creatures. You're on vacation, so you're doing great. You're getting some vacation from work. Oops, why did I type creative? Type creature. Here we go. So we'll put in a bunch of colorless creatures, right? Where? What's the name of Ugin's Conjurant? Do I have that in here? I do have Ugin's Conjurant. Do I have that Stone Coil? Do I have Stone Coil Serpent? Yeah, I have Stone Coil. Okay, Power Stone Shard. Well, I can only have one at a time. In 100 cards. What about Mill? Should we throw in some Mill? Should we throw Millstone in here and mess with people? Can Magic be played on Xbox? Not to my knowledge. It's got to be played on a regular computer, and you really wouldn't want an Xbox controller. You really do want a mouse. Just being able to move cards and all of that doesn't work as good with a controller. Yeah, let's put Millstone in there. Let's see what... Let's have our opponent's rage quit. And, artifact. Maybe we can equip the Colossus Hammer. Let's put a bunch of equipment in here. Ginger Brew, Fountain of Renewal. This is obviously the first... This is the first pass at this deck, because the event just started, so I have no idea if this will be good. Probably not, but hopefully we'll have some fun with it and just see what we can see. Cobbled Wings. Attach Blackblade Reforge for each land, yes. Diamond Mare. Heart Piercer, draw a card there. Guardian Idol, Golden Egg. I just want to try some deck that with a bunch of fun, weird stuff. Draw cards with that. Sorcerer's Spyglass might be useful. So, treasure map. So what is the one card that everyone likes at the moment on Arena that you almost auto-include it in a deck of its type? Obviously, if it's a zombie card, it doesn't go into every deck, but if you're doing a zombie deck, you're like, yes, I need this in all of my decks. I think for myself, what do I need all the time? There's just so many to choose from in terms of there's all of these cards that I think my auto include is a swamp. Well, I guess I didn't have Traxos in this deck for some reason. 98 cards. Yazalith. I've been enjoying that card, definitely. It stores your counters and then lets you reuse them. And okay, so this deck needs a lot of tuning. It's just going to be a 100-card mishmash. There's no big idea with it. But let's try this out. It's a colorless artifact deck with a very unfair Ulamog in there. It's not a commander or a brawlmander, so you're not guaranteed to play it. It's going to be part of the 100-card deck. But let's just see what happens with this particular build. So on a different deck, I do have an Ozolith in there, and it's pretty cool because, like, for example, I've got the Diamond Giant. Well, I can start milling them right away. That'll be annoying. Draw a card. There's an Ugin. No mana ramp, but we'll see how this goes. I get to go first. So turn 1, Bronzesword. Turn 2, Millstone. And, or maybe Sleeper Dart. Nah, we'll do the Millstone right away. So if we have it in our opening hand, we've got to start using it. So Bronzesword is a +2/+0, equip 3. We need a creature eventually. I think it's very creature light, this deck, so that'll be a problem, but we'll see. I should probably grab that Evolving Wild second. Nah, we'll go with it right away with Millstone. Okay, next turn, Evolving Wild, unless get another land. No, I guess I'll do Evolving, and then Sleeper Dart. The opponent missed a land drop. Not good at all for them. They do have one creature on the battlefield. We'll do a card draw. There we go, we've got a creature. So Shambling Suit. I was going to say Shambling Strider. Any Vintage Magic fans remember Shambling Strider? This was back from Ice Age. It was a green creature. Uh-oh, the opponent missed another land drop. They had the Endrace Forerunners and they have one land. Okay. Sorry about that, opponent. Anyway, let's bring out our own creature, which happens to be a 4/3. Guess keep that tapped so that they're defenseless. This might be a short game if the opponent... Yeah, the opponent's missing another land drop. I don't think they thought about updating their mana base. I did, however. Strider from Ice Age somewhere. Yeah, classic card, isn't it? That was one of my favorite arts. It was like a 5/5 or a 5/4 or a 4/4 or something, and then you pay red mana and it can like plus X minus X itself, something like that. Yeah, the opponent just keeps milling themselves, so fine. We, on the other hand, will create a God Pharaoh statue, so even if they get their next land, everything costs 2 more mana plus 1 damage, so I think this is going to go pretty fast. Yeah, the opponent missed another land drop. I don't think they crafted their deck. It's like, yeah, 100 cards, but I don't think they added any more lands, so I guess we'll finish this up very soon. I guess I'll just attach a bunch of equipment to my suit and wrap the game. $10 damage. And like I said, I didn't even like really tune this deck at all, so I just had a lot of bad luck. The opponent had a lot of bad luck. I don't know what their mana base was about, but that's one win. We get our first reward, the Grim Tutor. That is some epic art. A book, you know, bursting with blood for you to get your perfect card. Looks like it works fine so far. Let's see how it goes with someone that has a little bit more of their deck filled out. 1 game down and only 3 health playing. Yep, we lost very little life. We had a little 1/1 cat attacking us. And then I was making a 5/3 creature, and then the game suddenly was over, plus equipment. Okay, this time the RNG will say you can start with 1 land. Now, what I could do here, my mana is obviously really bad here, but I could play a turn 1 Serpent, so I have a creature. They go first, I'll probably draw my 2nd land, then I can start to bring in my Guild Globe to draw me more cards, and then Skittering Surveyor to draw me a land. This will be fine. It's not a make it or break it type of event. Obviously I want to win, but we'll see. Okay, so what I'll see here, let's bring out our 1/1. I have 36 lands. I'm sure we're gonna get a land. See, there's our land right there. Nothing to worry about. Next turn, right now we can do the Steel Overseer, but they have open mana, so they could counter it. I guess that would hurt more if they counter that. So let's bring in a Guild Globe. Okay, it didn't pause, so they didn't have. And there's our other land. So yeah, we'll be fine. See that? Doing a one lander, no big deal. Double blue, Charming Prince, whatever. Okay, next turn, I guess. 3rd land for Skittering Surveyor to go tutor for, or fetch another basic land. I can then guarantee to play that next turn. Then with triple black, I can Adamant the Servant to draw me another card. Thassa, ah man, they got their perfect deck. I need to get my... I need to get my Ugin as soon as possible, and Ugin's not going to take care of Thassa because it's indestructible, but I can try to get rid of their Prince. Okay, anyway, let's try this. Okay, there's my next land. Good. Sorcerer's Wand. Just keep holding back. Hopefully they don't build a better board state. Spark double. Okay, now they can have double Thassa. Oh, they didn't double Thassa. Interesting. Well, I guess they can't because it's legendary. But actually, you may have Spark double enter the battlefield as a copy of a creature, except it's got a +1 and enters with an additional loyalty, and it isn't legendary. They could have double Thassa'd actually and had double triggers. Okay, we got a great combo here. How much mana do I have? 3, 4. They did life gain instead of scrying, eh? Interesting. I'm just getting closer to that Ugin. In the meantime, the Sorcerer's Wand is going to do 1 damage to a player if I attach it. But I guess let's bring this Familiar to do a little scry, and we've got a flyer. We've got the Maze Mind Tone, which is amazing. And my mana, how much mana? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 for Ugin, so Tome. And I can bring out the Overseer. Okay, they might double block that. That's actually, whoops. Reading the card explains the card. I don't know why I didn't see that 3/3. I swear, everyone, I didn't see that 3/3 for some reason. And they took out my poor little guy. Okay, they've got another piece of this amazing puzzle, Risen Reef. They're gonna keep blinking that. Okay, never mind. They're gonna blink it that way. So you're gonna get double of that. Well, let's get our Ugin out here. Let's get rid of one of their... This is destroy permanent, but that's indestructible, so we gotta destroy that one. That'll copy itself. Bring out a 0 Casting cost tome. Let's see about attacking with everything, and they don't notice that my overseer can do cool stuff. Let's see if they don't notice. And good, they didn't notice. So that will do its thing. Served your purpose, I guess. And we'll scry. Don't need more lands. And let's see, they got a time wipe. Okay. That was a big one. They'll flicker that reef in again. So what do I have to get rid of this? I have a meteor golem, but that's still not going to affect Thassa. I don't have any way to exit. Oh, there's my Ulamog. That's what's gonna help me. So all I need to do is get to my 10 lands. 5, 6. We got 6 mana, so gonna be a little while. Primeval bounty. All right, that's gonna make a bunch of token creatures. Exile that top. I guess I can play it. Yeah, let's play a Shadow Spear. Terramorphic. 5, 6, 7. I've only got 7. That Morphic Expanse will come in tapped. Gloves. Strider. Ooh, Simulacrum. That's what we need. But I'm out of lands. Okay, oh, actually, wait a minute. Shadow Spear removes hexproof and indestructibility. Shadow Spear removes indestructibility. Okay, I gotta remember that. Got to remember that. So store an entity. I was going to say, if they just keep having little creatures, we'll be okay, but once they start to get these big creatures, it'll be much more difficult, because then now they've got 9, 10, 11, they've got 11 damage on the field, so then that gets transformed. It's still a 3/3, I guess. No attacks. Interesting. Okay. So what are they going to blink back? Their Stormwing, so that they can get the trigger there, of course, and then okay. So for ourselves, I'm gonna play this Solemn to get another land. Play the land that I didn't play this. I did play it. Okay, so then we don't need that equipment. So I have a 3/3. They have a 6/6. How did that even happen? How did that become a 6/6? Did anyone see how that became a 6/6? Was it the primeval bounty? Short sword, sure. Ooh, there's Traxos, a little too late. He came from primeval bounty. Put 3/1/1s whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm trying to see this game through. They got way too much value set up. They've got that early turn Thassa. They've got 1,000,000 mana, Gift of Paradise. Now my Maze Mind Tome, eventually, when it's got 4 counters, it will give me 4 life. And I got a Cure of Best the Sea God. That makes a Kraken. Yeah, fam, I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this. They've got way too much value going on. That Thassa is devastating. That blinking over and over that that reef critter, plus that green enchantment, primeval bounty. They have too much combos. That's now comparing to the previous opponent. This is the opponent that really set up their deck properly. So let's try that again. It's infinite continues, so let's try again. Tina Dan is the opponent. Scroll of Avacyn for some card draw. Crystal Giant, ooh, I love that. And I've got the mana for it, so this'll do stuff. Plus I've got the Field of the Dead that once I get more lands, that'll just make more zombies. Maybe I'll play that first so that they rage quit in terror. And they had to mulligan like 2 or 3 times. Okay, we'll say our hellos. We will start our zombie. I keep forgetting that one comes in tapped, because I almost never play Field of the Dead. And when I do, I forget that it comes in tapped. Anyway, let's set up our Overseer. If they have removal for it, I guess I'm okay losing it, but what you don't want to lose is a Crystalline Giant. They're playing Orjav, perhaps. So I guess this Steel Overseer can have a target on its back, because I don't want to lose that Crystalline Giant. Okay. 4th mana eventually. Guess I should bring some damage in, sacrifice it, draw a card. I think we'll be safe over here. Flying. Obviously, if I had the Ozolith, that also would be amazing, because then it would be storing all of these counters. Now this is historic, so if they're playing Orjav, they could have Settle the Wreckage. Smothering Tithe. Okay, I can live with that, because I will pay that. And then an Iron Bully. Now the colors that they have, though, lead me to believe that they'll probably have some board wipes. I know I would. Shatter the Sky, etc. I've gotten enough lands that I don't care about that. Okay, they're playing actually... What color combination is that? I'm always bad with the colors. This is Abzan. What is black, white, blue? I never remember the 3 color ones. I remember Jeskai, red, white, and blue. Next Lotus. Okay, they're still kind of building a lot. Resolve and pay. And no, but they're playing blue, black, and white, so it's triple color. Oh, I should have actually steal Overseed after my Juggernaut came out. I'm going to hold on to my Juggernaut just in case they board wipe. So Orzhov is black and white, but black, white, and blue is like Abzan or something, right? So they have a lot of mana. Although their Nyx Lotus enters the battlefield tap, choose a color, add an amount equal to your devotion. The devotion is currently only 1. So that's not bad. And they paid a whole lot of mana for a 1/1. Okay. Smothering Tithe, I can pay it actually. Nice. And I will also pay it here. Yeah. That'll be okay. So, can't attach my Black Blade yet. But let me scare them with a 10/10 equipment here. So that has flying, hexproof, and everything. And oh, okay, so I guess I didn't have to think too hard on that. Alright, so the opponent was clearly trying to build up to something amazing. And it was probably coming soon because they had a lot of build up and they probably thought I wasn't going to be able to pay the Smothering Tithe. So, okay. Got it on my side. Next reward over here is the Scavenging Ooze. That looks pretty epic art. I can't really tell what's happening. Is that like some... What is happening on that? That is like the ooze, like melting the flesh off of some scorpion thing? Or are those horns of a little dragon thing? Or what? Is that the most violent magic art that has ever existed? Melting the flesh off of some creature? Nah, there's been other more violent stuff. Remember Disintegrate? That one was definitely melting the flesh off of some humanoid character. So there's been plenty of violent magic art. And then disturbing art like Chainer's Edict. Right, pulling back that centaur's neck to do the slice, although you don't see the slice. Manifold, Geode. You got a lot of mana ramp, and I got the Mystic Forge, which will let me see the top of my deck. So, ooh, look at that tank. You got an... Oops, my opponent was like, GG. So there you go. Tank, you got another card. Congrats on that. More points is more cards, which is equals more good. And then the Solemn Simulacrum. That's it. Solemn Simulacrum. Well, I got all the rewards, but that wasn't a real win because they rage quit, right? Let's try that one more time. Anyone picking up any anyone? Ooh, there's my Fountain of Renewal. That'll be annoying. Anyone picking up any Double Masters cards? Playing against a red opponent, eh? I guess I'll set it up this way. So I did pre-order a box of... Double Masters. I think I'm supposed to get it sometime next week, the 13th, I think. That's a Thursday. Flame Spit, sure. Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana in total. Legion Warboss. 6 mana in total, so I'll be able to bring out a 6. I'll be able to bring out a 6 Conjurant, although I could bring out my 4/4 Golem and then equip it with the sword. Is that efficient? That's just to wait to make an even bigger Conjurant. Nah, a 6 Conjurant is good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. They could, of course, have some combat tricks, although my thing is indestructible as long as it's got a counter. Attacking with everything. Yeah, they probably have something. Not an Ember Cleave. They need double red for that. And 4 damage. Maybe they'll have a final torch. Yeah, Lava Coil, sure. I need a card draw on that. There's the land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. Still a little a ways. I guess Stone Coil would be next. Equip it. Or, now maybe what I should do is draw the card off of the encyclopedia. The opponent seems to have an instant, maybe? It seemed to have paused for a moment. Yeah, they have something else to play. What are they gonna... what else? Well, with I don't... how many cards are there in Historic? Is there some counter somewhere that can tell me how many cards there exist in Historic? Format Historic? Will that work? Historic? Okay, we've got a Ginger Brute. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in total, so I can't do the Golem plus the book, so I guess let's do the book first. Okay, there's that land, good. Then, let's see if our Ginger Brute lives. Oh man. Okay, well, instead I will sacrifice my own brute to get some food, and then your Bonecrusher Giant fizzles. Nice. No one expects that. Land of War Visionary, that's a good one. They haven't top-decked another land, so that's good. Okay, Evolving Wild. I guess it's still more important to try to draw. Ooh, yeah. Oh, and I still have enough for Golem. Good. Math. That's a 4/4. Meteor Golem. Gotta save that for something good. Although I could Meteor Golem that Visionary. That'll hurt them on their mana production. So what should we do, crew? Should I wait for Meteor Golem to destroy something great? Or should I destroy that Land of War Visionary, which gives them a land, a mana, and that'll hold back their mana production? We keep looking back and forth at that Visionary. Ooh, there we go. That's why. So that's fun. And one more life. So we got one vote for use it. Use the Golem. I'm inclined to probably use it because they have been struggling with their land. They haven't played a land in a while, so they're probably going to keep struggling with land. So let's make them struggle with more land. Pow. And then a Heart Piercer Bow will help me pick off their other little goblin. This is when they got their final, their next land, but they still didn't play very much previously, so... Naturist, okay, not a big deal. No attacks, good. Zephyrin Void. Scrying into Immortal Sun, oh yes, please. And there's an Ulamog already, okay, cool. Clearly the play is to wreck their lands, right? What's the cruelest thing we can do? Wreck those lands. They don't call him Krulamog for nothing. Actually, I think I'm the only one that calls him Krulamog. Double block on that, sure. You have one blocker. They're frantically reading my Ulamog and then probably deciding to quit or not. Well, next turn, Immortal Sun will give me an 11/11 Ulamog. And they're like, never mind. Okay, well, living the dream. We got Ulamog to do the thing. So let's put it out to the chat. What should we play next? Do we play another one of these matches? Craft another deck for this format? Go off and play some draft? 1v1, the ladder? The sky's the limit. What should we play next? Got one more Lord. Flourishing Fox. I already had a million of those. Just need to make a change here. Forgot to set my game in my settings. We got to vote for draft. Anyone else? Mark might be out AFK at the moment. Tank, what do you vote as well? Should we do draft? More of that Singleton. Do you got Jumpstart, Ladder, etc.? Today's deal is pay 1,700 to get 500 gems. Gems are more important than gold, so sure. Pay 350 to get 500. Like, I'm not a mathematician and I don't know if these deals are good or not, but gems are better than gold. They had a store deal a while ago for sleeves of the nations of the world. Not all of them. And I picked up a few, and now they're not on sale anymore, so I wanted to get the others. Those are pretty cool sleeves. Yeah, let's do some draft. So then we have Premier Draft Core 21, and we have Premier Draft Dominaria. Should we play that old classic vintage set Dominaria? From 2017, I believe. I'm joking, of course, not that old. Some of us have been playing Magic a long time, but for those that have started Arena more recently, yeah, this is one of these flashback drafts. Let's play some Dominaria Premier Draft. Dominaria. Gotta go old school. So it's 40 card with people. So if we don't do so well, I'll feel better losing 1,500 instead of 10,000. So let's see. We need to get to 4 wins. 5 wins to break even. Okay, let's try some vintage Dominaria. Some old school Dominaria draft. Over here in my wall of cards, the notebook over there, it's probably not too visible. Actually, if I go like this, right here. So the folders are all color coded as for my various sets after I got back into Magic, and I try to complete a set. I buy a box and then try to complete a set. So if we look over there, the white one is Dominaria. That's a complete set of Dominaria. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, was one of the last ones I was able to get for that one to complete it. But it was mostly cracking packs and such. And starting from the orange one is Hour of Devastation. They're not all complete, but that's when I started to, when I got back into Magic in Hour of Devastation. That was the first set I ever completed of Magic in my whole life. When I was little, I would buy, or my parents would buy me one booster pack once in a while, so I never had a complete set back in my youth. And now that I'm a grown man with a job or two, I can afford to buy packs and complete a set. Hey Ashley, hey Stevie, how are you doing? Yes, we're playing Dominaria Draft. We're doing this vintage Dominaria Draft. Remember Dominaria? Didn't we do a draft in real life one time? Do we want to do a rat colony deck? How about knights? Maybe we want to do knights because we have Ariel, Knight of Windgrace. She's cool. 4/4 vigilance, makes knights, and then destroys things. So I think let's start off to see if we can do some knight action in Orzhov colors. Cast down in Orzhov colors, beautiful. Although there's more legendaries in this set, right? Memorial Tavali, Sergeant at Arms is a 2/3. You can kick it. It also makes some friends. Yeah, let's get that cast down. Devenant Trapper. Pegasus. Oh yeah, the Pegasus. That's a 1/3 flying. When it attacks, it can make something else fly. We got the huge Abomination here for the later game. Let's see who else is on the table here. J.K. Knight. Eo Cabre. Ash Crow. I think I know who that is. Nate. Stan. Ooh, Stan Lee is in the draft. Cool. Boomer Doom and Jigsaw Joe. Yargle. Do we want to play a 9/3? Actually, Blessed Light is going to be a little better for removal. Yeah, so we're going to go probably Black-White Knights as best as possible. So at the moment, so Stevie, a little while ago, we were playing there's a brand new event going on. It's make a deck out of 100 cards, and they can only be one of each. Hey, that sounds like Commander, but no, it wasn't Commander. They haven't put Commander on Arena yet, but it was just an event about putting a deck of 100. Final parting, search for things. We've got the good old divest to wreck their artifact or creature, or a 2/2 lifelink. Got the human. Let's build up some more creatures first. There's that Thallid Omnivore, Lingering Phantom, or a divest. We might have a sub-theme of ballads. It's a 5/4. It's a 5/4 for 6. There's a 3/3 for 4. If you're silent, no problem. We'll be here for a while. Jam in those arena. Exactly, once you start playing arena, you'll be like, why did I ever not play? Ooh, on Sarah's Wings, that's a big one. So I haven't seen, hold on a moment. Okay, that's a Human Knight, Cabal Paladin, and that's a charge. Gives your creatures +1 when you go wide, but that's a common, so we'll probably have more. So Stevie, how's it going with your modeling using Blender and such? You said last time that you were ooh, look at that tank you redeemed. Got some good stuff. Knight of New Benalia. Chainer's Torment seems kind of cool to make a huge creature. But let's stick with some night action. So how long is your vacation, Ashley? You said you're taking a break, right? I have a little, I'll have a vacation. So I teach at 2 colleges, and they don't often line up very well with the school years. And one college ended this week, and then the other ends in maybe 2 weeks. So I don't think there's going to be any time where they both have ended. But anyway, I'm not going to have a true vacation because I'm going to need to prepare syllabi and all of that stuff. So I think really only at the start of the new year is when I get the, we got the Knight of Malice, Eviscerate, Cabal Paladin. I want both of those removals, but I also need some Knight synergy. There's more Knight synergy, nice. Dub. We can make our oh, no one took that Goblin Chain Whirler. We could make our creature play some dubstep. So your job permanently closed due to COVID. Whoa! So you're on vacation until you feel like becoming and play again. Wow. Well, sorry to hear that, and hopefully you'll be able to bounce back from that, and let's see how that goes. So yeah, this darn pandemic totally upending all of civilization, isn't it? That sounds hyperbolic to say, but that's totally true. 2/2 lifelink pony. Probably good. I love Valduck when he gets equipped, but I'm not playing those colors. There's another Cursor, Surveyor. Gives you time to figure out what you want to be when you grow up. It's not the worst thing at the moment. Financially prepared for the inevitable. Well, that's really good. There's a lot of people that are not, that it just never works out for them, that they don't have any sort of financial or safety cushion or anything like that, and it can be pretty tough. A few years ago, I started to educate myself about finance and all of that because I never took any classes on any of that stuff. And at my job, we have a 401k, but no one ever really told me, like, here's how you set that up and why you would set it up and all of that stuff. So I had to educate myself. But anyway, I started to put aside a little bit every paycheck, and I'm happy I've done so because it is a good feeling to have a plan. A backup plan. We got a traffic jam over here on Jigsaw Joe's Avenue. They have the 4 packs. So Dominaria was cool. I remember. So when I got back into Magic, Hour of Devastation was the set that was out, and then Ixalan came out, and I remember Ixalan and Rivals of Ixalan, and it was like, wow, Magic, it's still around, even though I haven't played in so long. And I remember that Dominaria was like the next big set that was going to come out. I want that Drudge Skeleton, maybe. And so Dominaria was the big nostalgia set itself, that it was going to harken back to so much, that it was going to harken back to so much classic Magic. Like instead of Drudge Skeleton, we have Drudge Sentinel. Nice. All your money going to the baby each week. That is a different kind of investment, because one day when they're up and about, they will pay you back with interest. In love, right? So where's the traffic hold up here? Spread out a little bit everywhere. I need to go to the grocery store tomorrow. I don't have anything. I should probably defrost the one thing that I do have for tomorrow's breakfast. There's nothing good here for me. The blessing +2/+1. Yes. Trying to save up to buy a power sander to make projects quick easier. That'll definitely be... Oh, there's Danitha. That'll definitely be a big time saver, because right now I bet you're using the actual sandpaper, right? And then having to do it manually, and could take a while. I love the art on this, the arcane flight, this winged cat going after the birds. Guess we'll do some more lifelinks. Here's Disciple, flying for strike 1/1. When you cast a historic, he gets +1. It's got prowess. 1/1 flyer for strike. Gideon's Reproach. I have plenty of creatures, right? 20 creatures. Okay, well, let's put some removal. Sanctum Spirit. There's Charge. Lifelink 3/2. 3/2 lifelink for 4. How about a 3/2 flyer? There's that Blessed Light. Drudge Sentinel. Drudge Sentinel. So that's the evolution of Drudge Skeleton, just like Pokemon evolved from a Pichu into a Pikachu into a Raichu. The Drudge Sentinel evolves from a Tiny Bones into a Drudge Skeleton into a Drudge Sentinel. Don't quote me on that, but that makes sense, right? Invoke the Divine. Good sideboard card, but there's no sideboards. No one wanted this Yargle at all, but I guess we'll give it a good home. Nothing here. And the final card, Ancient Animus. Alright, so we're going to craft this deck in just a moment. I'm going to take a quick little break, right on time. There's the deck there so far. I'm going to leave it up like this. So you all can check it out for a little bit. So I'll take a quick break, like 5 minutes or less. I'll be right back. So, BRB. Alright, we are back. Don't forget to defrost your breakfast. I did forget to defrost my breakfast. Thanks for that. That's the, it was like ground turkey and stuff. Thanks for that. I went off on a completely different tangent. I made myself a fun beverage right here. Instead of being productive and setting up to defrost my breakfast, I made myself a drink here. So I haven't tasted it yet. It smells nice. And let's give this a shot here. Snack Chat with VM Campos. Pretty cool, pretty complex. So it's lemon, freshly squeezed lemon. What did I put in it? Lemon, Angostura bitters, one other kind of bitters, and Southern Comfort on the rocks. So yeah, that's it. Got a fun color as well, and pretty sour. It's a nice sour. It's not very sweet. And well, Southern Comfort itself has some sweetness to it, but I think it's cut with with the lemon juice and the other bitters. That'll definitely help in this draft. So let's get to the deck building here. So what do we want to do? There's 24 creatures, so that's plenty. Let me just, for some of these things, definitely like Blessing. Here come the interesting games, yes. Gideon's Reproach removal, yes. Cast down 2 of them, removal, yes. Malice, Voltaic Servant, nope, there's no real artifact action happening, although it's a 1/3 for 2. Danitha, yes. Pegasus, Flyer, Skeletons with Indestructible. I kind of think I kind of think this Dredge Skeleton is worse than the original. The original was 2 mana for a 1/1, pay 1 black to regenerate. Now this is 3 mana for a 2/1, and then pay 3 to regenerate, you know, indestructible. So I don't know if we'll keep all of them. On Sarah's Wings, this gives something +1 Flying Vigilance and lifelink, so this could be a big game ender. So I'm kind of just skipping really fast to just see the removal. Definitely keeping all the removal. I don't know if I need 2 Blessed Lights, but that's good. Lingering Phantom, okay. 7 non-creatures. I probably will keep all of those removals and such. So the big idea was to try to do a knight-based deck. How many knights did I end up getting? 6 knights. Okay, good. So what about if I first go in and remove everything that's not a knight? Although at the very high end, you know, obviously some big high-end creatures would be valuable, like a 5/5 Death Touch. 5/4 that could come back to life. Probably not. 5/5 Trample. Yargle. I think the idea of Yargle, unless it's you only need 48 more cards for full Dominaria. Cool. Which ones off the top of your head might you be missing? I guess not that Servant. Keep those knights. This is a bird cleric with flying. Got some 2/2 lifelinkers. Let me try this. I'm going to remove anything that's not a knight. Or almost. Yeah, I'm going to try that first. Everything that's not a knight. But I know I will put things back in. Mostly mythics and rares. You need Jaya. So first I'll give this a shot with only knights. It's actually cutting more than I thought. Then we end up with all 6 knights. Okay, then after that, Partic Warrior, that 5/5 trample. When the game goes long, that's a 5/5 trample. Just need 10 more cards, 10 more creatures. Skittering Surveyor, it's a 1/2. It also lets you go thin your deck of lands. If this works, you can build it from your spares. This deck right here that I'm trying to put together. A 1/3 that untaps itself, Pseudo Vigilance. I guess I could untap the Partic Warrior if everything works. And then besides that, other creatures here. Got some flyers. I probably want to go with some flyers. The Disciple, the Coursers, the 3/2 flyer, that's 39 cards. So what does my curve look like right here? It's a 3.2. Yeah, kind of in the middle. I could put a Rat Colony for 2 mana. Trudge Skeleton for 3. Mesa Unicorn. Lifelink? Yeah, I think I'll put the Unicorn. So this is the deck here. Let's see what we've got. So Gideon's Reproach, 2 mana, instant deal 4 damage when they attack or block. Knight of Grace, 2/2 first strike hexproof from black, and it gets +1 if the opponent has any black permanent. Knight of Nubenalia, 3/1, kind of plain, but it synergizes with my other knight strategy. Mesa Unicorn, 2/2, lifelink. Sarah's Disciple, 1/1 first strike flying with prowess. Doesn't spell it out as prowess, but that's prowess. Prowess for historic, and this filter doesn't tell you how many historics you have, right? Well, artifacts are historic, so that's 4 of them. I don't think that Bird Cleric will have a lot of prowess going on, but we'll see. It's flying at least for strike. 2 cast downs, that'll wreck a lot of things. Knight of Malice, so we've had the White Knight and the Black Knight. 2/2 first strike, protection from white, gets +1, as long as the opponent has any player, actually, controls a white permanent, so that'll count myself. Voltaic Servant, it's a 1/3, it untaps an artifact at the end of turn, so it can untap itself, kind of pseudo-vigilance. Danitha Capuchin, 2/2 human creature knight, one of my favorite cards. First strike, vigilance, lifelink, and then auras or equipment cost 1 less to cast. I don't have any of those, so not a big deal, but 2/2 first strike vigilance. Pegasus Courser, 1/3 flying. When this attacks, it makes something else fly. Skittering Surveyor, 1/2, go fetch a land to thin your deck. Aven Sentry, 3/2 flying for 4. On Sarah's Wings, enchant a creature. Okay, that'll count there. Enchantment creature aura with Danitha, that'll be good. 1 reduction on that, so it's just 3. Enchanted creature is legendary, gets +1, has flying, vigilance, and lifelink, so it'll make even the scrawniest thing a lot better. Cabal Paladin, 4/2. When you cast a historic, this deals 2 damage to each opponent. So if I cast this, then Danitha, or an artifact, it'll do 2 damage. Settle the score, 4 mana sorcery, exile a creature. Ariel, Knight of Windgrace, 4 mana, 4/4, legendary human knight, vigilance. 2 and a white, tap, create 1 2/2 white knight with vigilance, or black and tap, tap X, untap knights you control, destroy target creature with power X or less. So if I got a lot of knights going on, this can definitely wreck things. On Sarah's Wing is a nice card. It seems like it. I hardly ever play it, but when people play it against me, it always seems amazing. So I'm glad I got one. Blessed Light. 5 mana instant exile target creature or enchantment. At the very top end, we've got Pardic Wanderer, 5/5. Is that good? Or maybe should we put in like one more huge creature? Because there's Yargul at 9/3, and then there's Feral Abomination 5/5 at 6 mana. Everything's mostly low cost. It's sort of a go wide strategy. And like the biggest thing is a 5/5. I could remove the... I have a lot of things at the 2-drop. I could remove one Mesa Unicorn or Knight of New Benalia and put in this Abomination, or maybe the Indestructible Knight. Or do we go with this build here? I'm leaning towards adding the Feral Abomination. I think like the very big creatures. I think the very big creatures are... slightly missing. If I had Death Touch is a good one. Okay, I think we'll go here. We've got 40 cards. Wow, actually got 40 down to 40, huh? I'm gonna put some cool sleeves. Let's go with... not actually playing... oh yeah, we are playing Orzhov. Yeah, and I like the Orzhov sleeve. So shiny. Alright, that's gonna be the deck. Let's see how this goes. Wish me luck. And I think this little guy is starting to help as well. I do that as a joke. I don't know if that's annoying. Sorry about that. The slurping. It's just I'm trying to be like a funny, uncouth drinker. Eviscerating you is the opponent. And they have the... I go first. Nice. So I get to have that Knight of Windgrace. Cool. And then as soon as I get my 3rd mana, Danitha. And so forth. Forgot to double check my mana base, but I think the system does a good job of giving you the right lands. Artificer's Assistant, okay. There we go, there's my 3rd land. So if so Danitha already has Vigilance, so I wouldn't really attach the Sarah's Wings. Relic Runner really doesn't do much, right? Okay. Let's go in with this. They're reading it. Then this is unblockable if you cast a Historic. I guess that's not so bad. They'll probably cast a Historic next turn. They'll get their trigger off of their bird, plus the unblockability right there. I'll be at my 4 mana for Ariel. Yep, that's exactly what I said. There is their Historic trigger. They topped it. They're playing Orzhov. They went for a one of those. Okay, so I'll have the Gideon's Reproach. I'll probably take a few more hits, so no problem on that. That is now a 3-2. And then Danitha has life link plus vigilance. So if they cast another historic, which they probably will, that's still going to be a 2. Unblockable. And I have my first strike with Danitha. Cast down. Won't affect both of my main knights. Actually, it won't affect any of my knights. And, uh-oh, are they going to do the sacrifice your creature to damage another creature? I think that's what they're about to do. No, Time of Ice. Okay. I need my Banishing Light for that, because that is going to be a big problem. It's going to tap 2 creatures and then return all untapped creatures to their owner's hand. Return all tapped creatures. So my 2 vigilant creatures, well, one of them is gonna not be fully untappable. I have 22 life. I've been subsisting on only my single white mana, but I think what I need to do next turn is take out that Pegasus Cursor, which is flying, and then it will make Danitha fly, because I need to get over that 1-2 skittering. Chainer's Torment, Are they going to survive long enough? Oh no, actually it damages me and then they gain 2 life. Okay, fine. I gotta hold off my... Anyway, that's not going to help. 4 damage. I just have to keep damaging them so that that creature that they create is not as big as it could be. That was a misplay. They needed to have played the... They needed to have played the assistant first. Okay. Strange looking sleeves. This is the Serum Visions alternate art. This is the alternate art for one of their secret layer drops, and it's the Serum Visions. Okay, great. They took my Danitha. I'm gonna have to use my own removal for that, because I don't have any disenchants or anything. I'm gonna go turn on the fan higher while the opponent takes 10 years to scry their double birds. Alright, so how do we get out of this? The at least they're down to one card, so I'm going to bring out this 4/2 so that so I can take care of that 4/4. So they clearly have a bunch of combat tricks, but gotta do it or else they'll be in really bad shape. But down to a Whisper. She does good stuff, right? Sacrifice to bring something back. So I have to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just gonna need a bunch of blockers. Well, I've only been able to pull one planes this whole time, so I can't even bring out 2 creatures. I've got lots of mana, but only 1 planes. So what can they bring back? Sacrifice 2 creatures, return target creature cards. So do they have anything good in there? Not even. If I bring out this 5/5, I can double block that 6/6, and then if they attack with everything, that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. I'll be down to 1. So I guess I have to try that, and hopefully they don't get any amazing top deck. Maybe they panic and then use Whisper to do something. Let's see, they'll probably play. I think they crafted a very good historic deck, so they'll probably play something historic and get that Artificer's Assistant trigger and then Unblockable Runner. Well, they are looking at their Liturgist. Well, I can't put enchantment removal because I don't quite remember really grabbing any enchantment removal during the draft. But we'll see after this game. The only enchantment that really was a problem was their Time of Ice that held me back. I do have 2 enchantment removal. I have it's in the deck too. I have that Banishing Light. It's exile creature or enchantment. So it's in there, but let's see what we get. So what are they gonna do here? Okay, well, got rid of that. It doesn't go to the graveyard, so hopefully they weren't thinking to bring it back in the graveyard. It was a token, and then they play nothing. Okay, so I think here it is important to finish this. Or they might Whisper something. I just need to get rid of that flyer. And instead, Fungal Infection it. Sure, that's a thing to do. Okay. I don't quite want to lose my Wind Grace yet. Well, that is a 4/4. Gotta do it, we're too close. So, probably won't attack. Well, maybe I'll just keep putting this pressure in. Because if they attack with both of them, I gotta block that 4/4. Well, I can block their 2/2. And I might take 2 more damage. They don't have any final burn spell or anything, so if Alright, so here we have first go, although it's a little slow, but we have the skittering surveyor that will be good. They've got their own skirk prospector. Okay, well, let's see here. Got my 3/1. Very fragile in a mono red deck. What can you do with skirk surveyors? In Dominaria, I don't quite recall that there was a lot of payoffs. Because it's sacrificed to add mana. I guess here you can kind of ramp. You've got red, sacrifice 1 goblin, that's 4 mana, I guess. So, someone's really playing a mono red deck? You don't really see in draft a lot people go mono color, right? Even in Throne of Eldraine, where it almost really felt like there could be plenty of mono colored decks with adamant and such. I don't really think a lot of people play. Well, I'm getting closer to my abomination. Guess I'll just keep holding as a standoff for a little bit longer. Losing that 1/2 is not a big deal. Is there any big, like, huge red damage spell that they're going to cast at any moment? Well, Skizzix, 5/3 haste. Sure. Sacrifice that for a fury. Draws a card. Everything already has. Okay, haste and first strike. Okay, well, I guess that's their big win condition. All right. Let's bring out one of these. Go all in. Equalize things a little bit. Surveyor. I can probably take 5 damage not too badly, right? That has haste. Oh, they actually kicked it, so they get to steal my own thing. That is 13 damage in total. It's not so bad. I can take out their one annoying critter, and then they're tapped out. I get mine back anyway. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 damage in total. It's not quite there. Hopefully they don't have another one. They're good gaming me because they have they're gonna do it again. Oh, they're gonna lightning. Okay, great. So here comes end by I should have known that as soon as there was a mono red deck. What's the point? You're saving all your points for the big point thing. That's pretty smart. Just like in real life, saving for a rainy day will pay itself back. Now I'm trying to remember, what do I have for 900 points? I think everything's just 100 points, so you might not be saving for too much. So this draft is not going too well, but hopefully we're having a little bit of fun. Let's maybe we'll shift gears after this next game to look at some, I don't know, should we play something else or look at something else and such? This is taking a while. And, oh, there we go. Joe, deal with it. I guess there's not a lot of people. You're off to bed, gotta help a friend move in the morning. Okay, it's 9, 10, 11, it's already like midnight for you, isn't it? Thanks for coming to hang out, really appreciate it. I'll try to win at least one game in your honor, and hopefully tomorrow you don't have to get up too early to suffer. But thanks for visiting, and we'll do it again next time. So the opponent seems to be playing Boros. Ooh, that's a Valduck, and of course the cast down won't work. But they probably won't block that. So 1/1 first strike. Let's see if they're able to equip it right away. And then maybe attack, and then I've got Gideon's Reproach ready for that. Probably win some. It's kind of a lot of mana, but okay. Yeah, so they are doing that. Okay, I guess you can do that. Okay, so on that one they have to discard it, becomes indestructible. Okay, well, let's see if they'll do it here. 3, 4, 5 in total. See, how many can they afford to discard? Discarded a Squee. So if they play that Squee, Well, do you have another one to discard? Yep, they have another one to discard. So now we're going to deal with our own 3/2 with first strike. So that's a 3/2, that's a 2/2 with first strike. Frenzied Rage, that's a really big one. I have plenty of answers for that, but they're not being drawn, so amazing. Guess we'll try to hold off until that's still 9/8 with 9/8 with first strike, so I really need to get the many removal spells that I have. I swear I've got like 4 removals, and now that's a flyer, and so well, that was pretty bad. But let's see what the reward is, and that is 50 gems in 1 pack. So let's open up that pack and see what fun vintage Dominaria cards there were back then. So invoke the Divine, destroys an artifact or enchantment, gain 4 life. Yavimaya Safford, 2/2, 4/3. Creates 2 Sapperlings. Rampaging Cyclops, 4 mana. 4/4. Gets -2 as long as 2 or more creatures are blocking it. Syncopate. I love the art on that. And the flavor text. The fire spell sputtered and broke. Its pieces reached to fairy out of rhythm, meaningless. So counter unless you exile. So that goes back to like the classic cards back in the 90s, like Spell Blast, where you countered a spell and mana sink. What was that one other blue X spell that you paid X and then the opponent had to pay all of their mana to stop it? The one with the eyeball in the center. Remember that one? An eyeball and then all of the mana around it. Run amok, 2 mana, target creature gets +3, gains trample, we got another knight, and then the wild card, and then the rare is the Mending of Dominaria. That's pretty cool. So let me take a quick break to actually turn on the AC. The fan's not really helping. Usually when I have these lights on, it does get kind of hot. So I'm going to turn on the AC and I'll be right back. Alright everyone, we will get back to the gameplay one moment. Let me just refocus. So the way I want to do that is let's change topics for a little moment and then we'll get back into the gameplay. Let me show you a few comics that I got. Thank you for that. Let me show you a few comics that I got recently. So I've been getting into a little bit of like nostalgia purchasing of some comics from eBay. And so I'm a comic book fan in terms of I like to read current comics and then also collect older comics and be on the lookout for like a cool story or valuable book or whatever. And I've had so many times where I've gone to like a thrift store, flea market, etc., whatever you call it, and found like a book that someone's selling for $1 and it's worth like $20. So I love that stuff. That's not that. But here's what one of the things that I got on eBay recently. So I got this copy of Darker Image #1. So Image Comics was the comic publisher that legend has it that 7 hot artists at Marvel were unhappy being at Marvel. Todd McFarlane, who was drawing Spider-Man at the time, Jim Lee, who was drawing X-Men, and Rob Liefeld, who was drawing X-Factor. Them and 3 others, Mark Silvestri, Will Sportaccio, Eric Larson, and Mark Silvestri. Did I already say that? So those 7 were like, we're tired of you, Marvel. You're not treating us how we want. We're going to make our own company. Everyone laughed at them and said, you're going to fail. But they didn't. And so they created the company Image Comics. So each one of those creators then created their own new books. Todd McFarlane created Spawn, etc. So they were the first wave of a comic book. They were the first wave of Image Comics creators. The second wave were these other creators, such as Sam Keith. So Darker Image was an anthology book about like, here's 3 characters that might be cool. Let's show them, and maybe if people like them, we'll make them into a series. So Darker Image is the first appearance of 3 characters. Do any of you know these characters? There is Bloodwolf. There is Deathblow, I believe. And there is the Max. Do any of you know any of these characters? So a little close-up right here. So we've got Bloodwolf, that Lobo Wolverine ripoff with red hair. We've got Deathblow, grim and gritty soldier guy, and then the Max, weird character. So this book is the first appearance of these 3 characters, and none of them have any fame nowadays, except for, somewhat, the Max. This is the only one that really matters in this book. So I've had this book since the 90s. I bought it in 93, 94, whenever this came out, probably 93. So I've had it, but here's why I got another copy off of eBay. If you notice, right over here, no, not right here, right here, the barcode signifies that this is the more rare newsstand edition. I believe I mentioned last week, just in general, about newsstand versus direct edition comics, right? In short, comics used to be sold at the newsstands with newspapers, and then eventually started to be sold at comic shops. By the 90s, most comics were sold at comic shops. So Image Comics, for a long time, comic aficionados and collectors thought, well, Image only sold at the comic shops. They never sold at the newsstands, so okay, they don't exist. But not until the last 5 years or so, unearthing like the history of things, Image did sell a very small percentage of their books, some say as little as 1%, at the newsstands. And comics at a comic shop, well, they were a specialty store where they put them in the bag for you with a board and everything, and you bought them and you cherished them. At the newsstands, they threw it on there just like they throw the newspaper. So newsstand edition comics are often way more in worse condition and beat up and rare. So that is all to say that I've been getting into checking eBay for these vintage Image comics of the 90s at the newsstands. And I got my copy right here to complement the one that I got at my comic shop 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago, 27 years ago. So darker image, first appearance of these 3 characters, but a newsstand edition, which is like pretty rare since most image books were sold at comic shops. And so I got this book just today, actually. Put it in its bag, and it's like 8 or 9.0 condition. Happy about that, because these are kind of they're rare. Like out of 100,000 being printed, what's 1% of 100,000? 1,000, right? So there's like only about 1,000 of these that exist in the world, even though in the 90s they were overprinting so many books for comic shops. For the newsstands, they were very short supply. Just wanted to share that before we get back into the gameplay, but that's just a little bit of my other hobby that you probably know. I'm not only into magic, but I am also into comics, and so that's a little bit of history and just sharing about comics. Any of you ever read comics at any point? Obviously, Superman and Spider-Man and Wonder Woman and Black Widow are the big famous ones, but there's a whole world of other comics from more independent publishers. And Image was a big underdog in 1992. They say you're gonna fail, you're gonna lose money, go back to Marvel, you can't do it, and they did. Throughout the years, they have had good successes, and one of their biggest successes was The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead was published at Image, not at Marvel, not at DC, and that is a big multimedia empire. So go Image. I'm going to play a little of this Jump Start because I still want to collect some of these cool lands. But I already have that Plains. I don't have that cool looking forest, so let me grab that one. And that's another forest. I already have it, I already have that one, I already have that one, so I already have all of these. But double green might be a good way to play. Actually, can I rename? Never noticed if this is possible to rename. I can't rename the. Can I rename the deck just to? No, so it's got to be called Lands Dinosaurs. And yep, got some dinosaurs to play with. So let's see how we go against here. Wanted to get a few of these. Wanted to get a few of these special lands. I still want to get some of the showcase lands. So 2 mana druid. I go first. So we have this brand new dual land that they published at Jumpstart. Enters the battlefield tapped. As it enters, choose a color other than green, and then you can tap it for green and the other color that you chose. So that's their new way. I'm going to confuse the opponent by pretending I've got red mana, red creatures and such. So third land. What I could do is set up my ramp. Let's do that. Let's set up to ramp. Sylvan Ranger. That's only a 1/1. Wow, that's so weak. Okay, well. Guess we'll have to do this tutoring. Go grab another land. I like that Awakener Druid, what it does. It reminds me of that one like Thelonite Monk from Fallen Empires. But it's pretty weak. So it awakens a forest. It becomes a 4/5 tree folk. That's pretty fun. That was their big brain play. And they have the Skull Mountain, pretty epic. On the podcast recording earlier, Mythic Michaela and I were talking about that. So enchant a land and it becomes a 6/4. Have to pay 5 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in total. I don't know, let's do it like this. Let's see if I'm able to get my last land. Then then I'll get the Colossal Dreadmaw and it'll wake up my Drowsing Pteranodon. Ducked out for a second. I started a game of Jumpstart just so that I can grab some of these cool lands. And I have a deck full of dinosaurs. So hopefully my Colossal Dreadmaw is online next land. Yes, next land. Alright, so I get my Colossal Dreadmaw right here. And then one more land and I get my Rampaging Brontodon. Look at this huge 7/7 Trampler. Gets +1 for every land I control, so that's going to be a 14/14 with Trample if it lives. And I don't think the opponent has anything to deal with it, so they traitorous greed me. Uh-oh, they got me. Thinking of giving Jumpstart a go. Yeah, Jumpstart is definitely cool. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, look at that, they totally took all of my stuff. So they can finally tell their grandchildren that they were able to steal all of the opponent's creatures and beat them with them. Same here, you gotta get Soli back into Arena. Why slowly? You can just install it and start playing right away. What would be the slowly part of it? Magna Nuts. Okay, I go first. I get to cultivate it to some dinos. Sure. So watch this. I'm going to trick my opponent. I'm going to pick red for this land, and then on my next land I'm going to pick another different color, and they'll think, how do they have 3 colors? So actually there is one particular land out there that I mean, there is one deck out there that has all of that. Okay, so we're playing with a Goblins deck. Do they have Muxus in there? Let's cultivate into more. Next turn we got 5. What can we do with 5? 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 6 for that, so I guess the 3/3 will be good. So I gotta be careful about that Goblin Arsonist. I know what it does. We have a bunch of goblins and a bunch of open mana in red. What does this deck have? I bet it has a bunch of burn spells. Okay. goblin gives a -1 to everything. I'm just getting totally active treasoned out over here. GG to the opponent. I guess we'll draw a card. Draw some more cards. Down to 2. Will they have another treasonous act of treason? The last opponent had 2. So if they attack with that 1, both of these do a reduction. Whenever this goblin blocks or becomes blocked, this deals 1 damage to that creature. So I guess I have to either or get rid of them. They're just putting too much of a... they have way too many creatures out, so at least remove 1. And then over here, we can do this Hydra. This is 7/7. Or I could bring out that other 7/7. Let's bring out this 7/7. That lets me search, and that draws me a card. Okay, so can I make it with this 8/8? When this dies, deal 3 damage. Okay, well, bunch of goblins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's game over for me here. And let's see, there's no way for me to gain life on anything, right? And there's way too many blockers to... There's too many attackers to do anything meaningful, so I guess we lost this one too. And let's go to the next game. The RNG is totally against me this time. Today's not been so good in wins, but hopefully the luck will turn around. Dr. Chitin, what is that? Okay, so we have the Drover the Mighty to get to big dinosaurs. At least the luck that I've been having is that they seem to be going first. That hasn't really helped, so... Vastwood Zendikon, this is an enchantment aura. It makes a land into a 6/4. And get the land back. If I can get my next mana, there we go, 3 mana, but that's still not amazing. Oh yeah, it is. It gives me land. So I ramped. Missing a land, however. Pay 8 to give target creature +5/+5. Cultivate. I know I've got some in my deck. Okay, I think here... Dryad Green Secret. I love the art on that. It's like it's giving you a little land and everything. Okay, so we do some of that. 7 damage. They are ramping better than me, however. So what's the big thing they're trying to get? Yeah, they have some pretty good go get lands stuff. Some ramp. So that Heartfire can definitely wreck my creature, but let's see if they don't read what's going on. Yep, there we go. So now it's protected as a 3/3. Haha, they wanted to immolate it, but instead it's a 3/3. Double blocks are fine, although they do have 1 untapped mana. Kind of a lot of effort to get the same result. I guess it's kind of flashy. They hey Gabe, how are you doing? I just had the opponent double block me, then sacrifice their creature, but it still was the same result. So I'm not sure what that was about. I'm playing some Jumpstart over here and trying to play this dinosaur deck, while the opponent is playing some sort of goblins or something. And I can't really tell what the art of this is. Still missing my final land. But this'll help. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 mana. I can get my Colossal Dreadmaw next turn. They were joking about that Colossal Dreadmaw, that it was... They had reprinted it so many times. In Ixalan, Rivals of Ixalan, and like Core Set 2020, and then again in Core Set 2021. So they're saying, why don't they just print Colossal Dreadmaw as a Planeswalker already? So that's a 4/4, very nice. Kinetic Augur. Didn't need that Crushing Canopy. The Pyreling. So I noticed Evil Rick hasn't stopped by on the chat today. Wonder what he's up to. He was showing off some fun stuff the other day. Anyway, let's do this. So 5 mana to make this come to life as a 6/4. What? And then we'll just attack with everything, and that will let them sort things out. It's a 6/4. That's a 6/6 with trample. That's a 1/1. That's a 3/3, and that's a 3/3. If they want to take out that big stuff, they'll have to double block. You have 1 card in hand, that's a 5/4. Okay. That'll do its thing. Sure, they want to take out my Dinosaur Enabler. That'll take each other out. Good, and they'll take 6. get my land back, so that's pretty fun. Normally when some sort of living land dies, it dies, but here this brings it back to your hand. So you get a 6/4 and it returns. Okay, well, they've got their 8/8. Let's see, what do we want to do here? Just build up a presence. 8/8 trample. I can afford for them to attack with their 8/8 trample. That'll draw me a card, giving me trample. Enters with X counters. So let's go get more lands. Because that's an 8/8. That's such a thrill of possibility, which they misplayed. Whoops. If they hit me with 8, I don't care. At the beginning of your upkeep, return an instant at random from your graveyard. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, let's make a huge thing. How much is this? This is 7, 8, 9. This is 9 in total. So 8. You have an 8/8, and I have an 8/8. Plus a card draw. Dinosaur Commune. That devil's pretty cool. It gives you back your instants and sorceries, but there's nothing. Well, I guess I don't want that shock. Okay, cool. That one makes their thing come to life. Their land. That has prowess or something. +4/+0. Is that like the biggest ever that has happened for a buff? Attacking with an 8/8 and have 2 cards in hand. Is there anything else to worry about? They probably have a combat trick, but... Or maybe another thrill possibility. Well, guess not. Send a card royal whenever a land enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 green element. Ooh, that's cool. Well, how about we put it out and then try to commune with dinosaurs. That's landfall, right? And I can either get a Thrashing Bronto or a land. I think it's better to get another big dinosaur. Although it's not that huge. Yeah, that Charmbreaker Devil is really cool. When you get to this later game like this, it's going to keep bringing stuff back from your graveyard, like Cultivate, and then it's going to become an 8/4. Although obviously, even at 4 toughness, it can get taken out. Now be careful about that Cultivate. It's going to you have 11 cards in your deck. I've still got 16. Well, it's not that different. Attacking with a 4/5 land. That looks tricky. I haven't really seen any combat tricks, so that's good. I guess that's where they do it. Okay. I don't know if this is a bug or what's whenever. Oh, they got their own spore mound, and of course they've got lands to spare. So at least I can see that they don't have. Well, actually, spore mound is different than mine. Mine gives me a 2/2. I'm gonna crush that. Fine, I guess I can crush theirs too. Now, I guess I'll wreck my own. So what else does this deck have to make a comeback? I swear if they have one more final combat trick in hand. Does that land count for... Nope, it doesn't count. Oh, anyway, they destroyed it, so okay. Well... Yeah, I don't know if I should really keep playing this. I need to somehow kill that Chamber Devil there, because it just keeps returning great instants and sorceries back to their hand and giving it a +4. So now the Oracle, well, that doesn't even matter on turn 50, but that's the card that people love. That's a 7/7, and it's got trample. Let's move on to the next game. This isn't really coming together, so we'll just go all in. We'll let them figure that out. It does have trample. I don't know if they can block enough for trample. I should have dropped that last land. I didn't see it. That last land would have made a 19/19 with trample. So we're going to try to put in the most blocks to negate 18 damage. Okay, we can try. I don't think they did the math. Let's do it for them. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. Yeah, they can block 18. If they do their biggest creatures, they would need to also do that 4/4. Well, I guess they'll have to do all of the others. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's 15. That's not the full blocks. Blocks on tramples, and then they put everything else there. Okay, well, I guess that they have enough blockers for everything. Still hit them for 5. If we get wiped out down to... We get wiped down to that, that's funny. They have one final shock, and I still have my 7/7. Ooh, yeah, they did their math wrong. Maybe we'll actually win this, because they could have blocked enough for 18 damage. Right here now it's going to be a 19/19, so I don't think they're going to be able to do 18 damage. Actually, wait a minute, that's going to become huge. Yeah, it's going to come in with a lot, so... Pretty close. They have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They have 14. Oh, 13. Fine. So I'm going to be at 19/19. I need to block with everything to kill mine. 13, 17, 18. So, okay, now it's a 2020 actually. That's a 2020. 17, 18. That's only going to be 18 in total, so they have to triple block everything. Get that 13, get that 4, get that 1. Left with 2. Okay, well, this might be very difficult for them to get out of. Yeah, this Brontodon is way more than I thought it would be. 2 damage. Okay, this is the final from Hell's Heart I stab at thee. I guess we'll give them a good game. There we go. Not gonna lie, I definitely felt that that was insurmountable on my side, but that 7/7 in any other deck where it was gonna be a simple cast down or murder or whatever, then it's done. But yeah, they miscalculated at one point where they didn't want to use that one devil. So when it was only a 17/17 or whatever, they could have gotten it. But then that wiped out so much of their stuff, and then it just dropped these lands and it caught up to a 20/20. So, well, let's see what cool prize we get here. Something good, come on. Cool prize, thank you. Witch of the Moors, not a cool prize. 4/4 Death Touch at the beginning of your end step. If you gained life, each opponent sacrifices a creature, and you return one target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Well, it just goes back to the hand, not directly to play. That was a long game, so there's still one more to try to claim, and then we'll see about changing things up for different things. Actually, I could also look at what are the challenges. Are there any challenges? Sure. There's just the usual challenges of it will track for you it'll track the number of hours it's the play for 3 hours, 5 hours, whatever, so I'm just gonna accept those, but nothing at the moment about do X, Y, or Z. It's just play X number of hours. Audacious Thief, that's a good one. Let's see if we can trick our opponent here, where probably won't block that. They don't want to lose that card. There we go. And then when they attack, well, yeah, they'll get their card draw. But then I'll turn my land into a living land, and it'll totally wreck them. I should probably read the card better, just to confirm. Let's see. Instant. Target land you control. Yeah, so they draw their card. Lose a life. Let's bring to life, well, let me tap these things so that it doesn't mess me up. Bring to life this one. Although they do have, it's being paused, they do have double black. But we'll see. Yep, they have a combat trick. They both become a 4/4. Okay, yes, I can live with that. We didn't want a lot of that card draw. Oh. Okay, we get a little mill, I guess that's not too bad. Let's play this, plus this, plus this. Doesn't have Death Touch or anything, right? Do they have a rogue deck? Yes, the biggest rogue of all, Gonti. That is a really good card. They get to steal something that I cannot see. And they have Death Touch. Just Death Touch, right? Nothing else? Just Death Touch. But they do have my card in hand. When it dies, put a 1/1. Sure. Yes, let's grab that land. Truffle Snout. Okay, let me just set up a little bit more here. Board state to get the even bigger Hydra. Hydras are always fun. Ipso facto. At least it wasn't a rogue. When it dies, put a +1 on something. Man, fine, I gotta kill that. Probably on their 6/6 or something. So I've got an 8/8. They have 2 creatures with Death Touch, so that's not good. And my Hydra doesn't have Trample, so I have to be careful about that. Warcraft Judge, this is an Elf Artificer. When it enters, draw a card for each plus. Oh man, they're gonna draw 8 cards? How are we even gonna get past this? Oh, okay, I guess never mind. It's not the number of counters, it's how many creatures have the counter. That might have been OP. Something gets -2. Okay, I guess. So it weakens the creature and it pings me for 2. Okay. I have a 9/9. I want that royal. Hopefully I don't get, well, knowing what it is, if I get milled with another rogue. Now they still have my card in hand. What did they end up stealing? Either that they don't want it or they want to hold on to it. Maybe they got my Brontodon, that one dinosaur that was 7/7 with +X. That'd be funny if they got it. I think they're gonna cast it to keep looking at it. Not yet. Okay, well, they're gonna set up that so that they get that. Of course they have their perfect, and then there's that. That's what I need. I need that Savage Stomp. For something. I guess they're Death Touch creatures. So they got my amazing card, or I don't know whose card that was, but anyway, losing my 10-10 was not an option. Let's just play one more. Again, this is just Jumpstart. I'm just trying to see if I get any of these cool Cyber Ghost, any of these cool lands. Maybe we'll do something else. So I have an Elemental Uprising and a Garruk's Uprising. So many Uprisings. So the opponent is playing green at least. Double green. Looks like they are... oh, they're playing cats. That's a 3-1 already. Next turn, I guess I have my Prontodon. It's a 4-2. So I won't be able to take out my Garruk's Uprising very easily. They attack, they clearly have a combat trick, so I'll have to take that. Even if they attack with their weak cat, or their cat lord, they probably will have a combat trick. And that's fine. I can Primal Might that cat sovereign. And another cat. So all I need... I can do this for 0. Target creature you control gets +X, then it fights. So this is already going to kill it. So I can pay that for 0, and I've got 3 mana left. Yeah, have you ever paid for 0 on anything? And this is confirm 0. Yes. To that. Good, and then we get the Uprising, although that doesn't do anything because of the... it's not big enough. But then that's a 4-2, and what does that do? It must be blocked or so? Yeah, it must be blocked. Okay, well, I'm gonna lose that. This Rising will become a 4-4. And the Royal... Thermal Alchemist, so it's not mono cats. It is cats plus red. Already at 9 life. So they might immolate, or they didn't immolate that. Okay. And here, that's the one that can come in big. So how much do I even have? 4, 5, 6 in total. Fertilid. It's the 0/0 weird elemental creature thing. Looks pretty cool. And Well, they've got the 1 damage from the Alchemist, and they've got the 2 damage from the... yeah, whatever. Go ahead and grab another win. Okay, let's change it up to other things. Getting tired of this. I don't know, didn't do too well on draft. Not too interested in playing that. Jumpstart, not interesting either. Play a little bit of the ladder. Let's see how that goes. So how's everyone doing? Everyone's a little quiet. Are you watching being aghast at my horrible gameplay, or just other things going on? So I've been streaming for about 2 hours 47 minutes. If the stars don't align, we might just go for 3 hours and then wrap, but we'll see. So let's see, this is this mono red goblins deck that is pretty fun. It's just a bunch of goblins coming at you, and Sanctum. Okay, you're gonna go with a Sanctum. And the idea with this deck is you just get out a bunch of goblins. It's totally tribal. The opponent will seem to want to do some kind of gate strategy, but that can be kind of slow. Now, Narset, that's worthless, but if they get their Shatter the Sky, that'll do its thing, so I have to play around that. What do we want to do here? So, lead target creature. I don't think I want to overextend myself, but obviously I want to shock and awe the opponent. They could easily have a Shatter the Sky next turn. Cycle X damage to target creature. There's no creatures, but I would get to cycle, I guess. What else? What is Narset digging for? There's that Shatter the Sky. Do they have their 4th land? Ooh, it comes in tapped. Well, this might still be... yep, that's their game over. So, okay, so they definitely have Shatter the Sky. Oh, I thought it was playing best of 3. 12 weeks old today already. Where does the time go? Congrats. Historic ranked, historic, traditional historic. That's what I meant. The best of 3. What am I even doing? Thank you on that. So, there's different versions of this. I don't think I have the most optimal version because I don't have all the wildcards, but it's like that. It's just get goblins out really fast, and the top end is to summon Muxus. This is a goblin. It's a 6-mana goblin, but when it comes into the battlefield, you look at the next 6 cards of your hand, of your library, and put all goblins that cost 6 or less, or maybe 5 or less, from your library to the battlefield. And the deck is built with a lot of haste enablers. Like see right here, Goblin War Chief. It gives all your goblins haste and reduces by 1. And then we've got the Ringleader. It's kind of a slow opening hand, but the when it all comes together, I've been able to get my 6-mana Muxus out with 3 lands. If done right. This is not the optimal opening hand. Still not optimal. Skirk Prospector is one of the cards. We saw that on the draft, and in Dominaria draft I don't think it's too valuable, but in the yeah, I don't think this hand's gonna win. We got way too slow, and they're gonna aggro us with Boros. But goblins can be pretty fun. That's a double strike. Okay, so they are very impatient. Okay, so I guess what I need is to keep my War Chief alive, because that's a double strike. Then I can Krenko next turn, although that's not the best solution. This is enough for like also an Ember Cleave with a double strike, although it's not that huge. Actually, they're gonna mentor that double striker. It's gonna be 4 damage. It's gonna be 6 damage in total. All right, so let's bring this out right here. Let's bring this out right here. Let's tap this right here. And then whoops, that is a lot of goblins. I probably should have held some back, but oh, okay. They should have kept that hawk. It's just kind of scary to look at so many attackers. They should have kept that hawk because then they could have mentored the okay, that's a good one. Just gonna torch that. Sure. Krenko will still create a bunch of attackers, however. And this time we'll hold back. So we can do here and here. Let's do it here first. Build a lot of goblins, then bring out this ringleader so I can sack some of these with summoning sickness. So that goblin ringleader will let me grab a bunch off the top. Right there, only one actually. Guess I gotta go take out Chandra, right? So, okay. I guess that's weird that they have they didn't protect her. Do they have another one in hand? I wouldn't doubt it. Oh, they're gonna quit and said, okay, meta virus. Didn't quite do it. So we're playing Boros and Blazing Volley. That's gonna help me. Then we don't need an Ember. I almost never use the Ember Cleave. Ringleader, War Boss, Chief, Ruin Blaster. Did they have any lands? Did they have any special land, any non-basic lands? Because my Ruin Blaster for 4 mana can destroy their non-basic lands. But I need to drop 3 cards. Matron, Chieftain, Gem Palm is useful. Skirk and Folly. What do I drop? Guess 1 Snoop, 1 Gem Palm, 1 Ruin Blaster. Sure. And that was with a not optimal opening hand and nothing useful until the 3rd drop. And then a final quit. Okay, I guess they didn't have a sideboard, so they had to wait for me to... I noticed that that's a bug right there. If you don't have a sideboard and you want to quit before the game starts, you have to wait for the game to start. So sometimes I just put like 1 card in there to sideboard, if I don't have a real sideboard. But okay, we got 1. Or 2, I guess. 2 wins. Just keep playing a little bit more on that, try to climb that ladder. We're at Platinum 4. This is supposed to be the Red Goblins at the moment is supposed to be a tier deck in Historic. And I don't think mine is the most optimal of all. I don't like to copy and paste a deck just as is. I do change it somewhat. So mine's a little different. I don't remember what's so different about it, but there's many ways to play that deck. Like I might not even put that Embercleave in there. I've never been able to use it. Okay, so here we go. Script Prospector will get me far fast, and then Goblin Matron will get me my haste enabler. So let's see what we get against the opponent. Next turn. Don't want to sacrifice for my matron yet. Kinan, sure. Let's bring this out here. Go get my haste enabler. I don't want to incinerate. Okay, next turn, War Chief, Mind Stone, cool. That will give them 2 more mana, but nothing to spend it on. Okay, so let's get the War Chief out. Okay, guess here. They probably won't block with that Kinan. Yep, there we go. Too valuable. Next turn, I can Gem Palm. Okay, here we go. They're gonna go off with Kinan. I can incinerate, Gem Palm, incinerate it. Song of Creation, that doesn't do much until next turn. You may play an additional land. When you cast a spell, draw 2 cards. Fine. Alright, that's a lot of attackers, and they've lost their will to live. But that's about to draw them some stuff. They drew 1 card, sacrifice. They have 2 cards. Will that save you, Mox? I guess. Okay, well, this could definitely chain off here. Thassa, that won't do too much, I hope, but that'll still get them stuff. Okay. Double songs, not good, but they're out of lands, so I think we're good. Because they'll have to discard all of those. Well, I guess they're trying to Thassa's Oracle out, but... I should make some emotes, definitely. Everyone that is cool on Twitch has them. Now, how are they able to still cast stuff? Did they combo off here? Because there was a lot of casting. Yeah, how are they still able to play anything? And then they're like, okay, all of that digging got you nowhere. Fine. Meteor Golem is... Well, the Ornithopters were 0, but they cast Emry, and Emry was a 3 mana, although I think it had a affinity for artifacts, but you would have paid at least 1 blue. And then that one prismatic circle thing, I thought it was a 1 casting cost, so I'm not quite sure how they were fully casting, but they were just digging and they didn't find it. And anyway, how much were they going to keep digging, because Thassa's Oracle is their win condition. They want to get down to a 0 deck so that then they can cast Thassa's Oracle and win alternate conditions. So I didn't even know how they were going to do it with no double blue mana for Thassa's Oracle. But okay, so I don't think I'm going to change anything here, because this Meteor Golem will help me wreck something of theirs, but it's 7 mana. Blazing Volley is not going to hit their Ornithopters 0/2s. So I guess we'll just go as is. So number 1, Rubber Slayer, you have 14,000 points. Lemon Juice, you've got 12,000 points. Aten, 12,000. Commander Root, 11,000. And such. Okay, so they go first. This is nothing until turn 3. With no... Okay, there's my Skirk Prospector. Guess we'll try it with this. Okay, so there's that Thassa's Oracle again. It's a little too early for that, I guess, but I guess it works. 1 top, 1 bottom. Nothing to play yet. Although I could ruin... No, that's not yet. I need 4 mana for that. Okay, let's just see how this goes. There's another Thassa. They're kind of digging. Hopefully I get my 3rd land, then I can get my Goblin War Chief. Cost reduction. There we go. If all else fails, I can cast Muxus next turn and gamble with 6 goblins coming into my hand. Let's try that. If I wait 1 more turn, they will have haste, but that'll be a good board presence. Yeah, let's go for it, because well, only 2 out of 6, eh? Close enough. There's that song. Okay, I guess here comes their 0 artifacts. But again, this won't really do too much. Oh, well, actually, Mox Amber's going to give mana. I was going to say that they need other mana sources in order to do that win condition, but there's the other mana. Okay. Mox, that's legendary, however. Well, that'll still do its trigger. There's the sphere. How much does that Mox give you anyway? Add 1 mana of any color among legendary creatures and planeswalkers. They don't have any legendary creatures, so that Mox is not giving them any mana, but they're still casting it in order to draw more cards, more Ornithopters. But see, they're stuck right here because they can't pay for any mana at all. Sacrifice this, add 1 mana of any color, but there's no mana anymore to give. That Mox Amber doesn't give you anything because there's no legendaries to give you mana, so they just have to pass the turn. Okay, well, let's Just pump everything up and then attack with this, and then Muxus is an 8/8, but they've got a blocker. So everything can block right here, but they didn't block everything, so okay. They're untapping with all of their mana and buckle up for... Well, they didn't grab anything good. Well, Kinan, okay. This is going to take a while, so let's talk about some other stuff while the opponent does this, because this is going to be a lot of dirtling for a while. So what can we talk about? Let's talk about this. The other comic, I don't know if you all saw this during the last break, but the other comic that I bought was The Savage Dragon #1. So this is another comic book that was published back in 1993 or so. 93. 92 actually. So Eric Larson was one of the other Image Comics founders. Him and Todd McFarlane, Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld, etc. founded Image Comics. And so Eric Larson was doing Spider-Man before he quit Marvel to be part of Image Comics. So he resurrected his childhood character, the Savage Dragon. He got an oops right there, right? They didn't have their thing again. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of dirtling to get to nothing. I don't have a... If I had that Snoop, that would... Oh, actually, I do have the Snoop right here. But nothing gives it... Nothing gives them haste. Can play another Krenko off the top. Ooh, look at that. We got another code redeemed. Let's +1 these things. One more Prospector. Let's attack with everything. That's a 15/15. Gonna block with one of the Oracles. Ornithopter. 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 The other Oracle has already spent its... has already done its life. That's how much... that's lethal, right? Oh, man. Okay, well, they're at the final... They're at the final, so they got to pull a Thassa's Oracle to do the alternate win condition. They have 13 cards left. There must be one more... there must be one more Thassa's Oracle in there. So, this... if they don't pull the right cards here, it's game over. But probability-wise, they probably will, because it's got to be in there. They have one more card. Oh, actually, Emery will be able to pull something back. Yeah, Emery's going to pull back a 0 casting cost. That's going to draw them 2 more. They're digging for that Thassa's Oracle. Mind Stone, there they go. They have 4 possibilities. Chromatic Sphere. There's Thassa's Oracle. GG. Because they're going to put all their mana into it, and then... see, there it is right there. So that was a lot of dirtling around for that. There's no way to really... on mine, I think I cast my Muxus way too fast, or maybe... when Muxus revealed his things, it whiffed. It only gave me 2. It kind of gave me a loss because I didn't have my haste creatures. So like this meteor golem's not even going to help, so just keep at it. We'll see how the RNG of it all works. If I go first, obviously that'll be good. Yes, that's good. And then I got that Skirk, that's good. And then the Matron, that's good. And the War Chief, this is my perfect hand. I just hopefully... okay, they mulliganed 1. Hopefully I just keep it going well. So, bring that out there. Ideally, what I want to pull next is my Goblin that makes 2 goblins. Which is not that, but so what What do we need to do here? 3 mana for the War Chief, which does a cost reduction. There's Kinan already. Man, I need to kill that as soon as possible, but I'm not going to be able to. Yeah, I needed to kill that Kinan as soon as possible, but I can't. That'll be too detrimental for me, so gotta wait, gotta have them do their... Let's see if they... Oops, wait a minute, they are passing. I doubt they have any counter spells, right? Nothing has been countering things. Okay, good. Let's make some of these goblins. Let's get Kinan out of here. So... that will definitely set them back. I don't believe they have any sort of board wipes, so it's just gotta be shock and awe here. That's just a... okay, actually that was a wasted turn because there's nothing to play. Yeah, okay. Well... let's just put more goblins out for Krenko. Go grab... can I pay for a Muxus? I think so. Just, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everything onto the battlefield, and there we go. That's how this deck is supposed to work. Okay, yep. So when you get the right draw, that's how that deck is supposed to win. Just overwhelming goblins. I think the opponent had a very interesting deck, and my deck is not equipped to deal with it unless it's go under them. And they did have some misplays. I think they didn't play anything on the first couple of turns. But yeah, goblins, Muxus goblins. This is a goblin house party. Everyone's invited. But they're just going to wreck the furniture and leave before your parents come back. We'll do one more. Let's see if it takes us to the next level of the ladder. And I've been streaming for 3 hours, 15 minutes, so I'll probably wind it down after this next. Oh, actually, Magic the Gathering themselves is hosting. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much again, Wizards of the Coast, for hosting my stream. I'm VM Campos, Magic fan. I've been playing Magic since 1995, on and off. No, I don't have a Black Lotus. And I've been part of the early access streamer events before. Thank you, Wizards of the Coast. And right now we're trying to climb the ladder here. We're trying to use mono red goblins to climb the ladder. So thank you so much, Wizards, for hosting me. Totally appreciate it. How's everyone doing? Coming to hang out. What's your favorite Magic card of all time? And second question, what's your favorite Magic card on Arena? As we can see here, this is our Goblin deck. I go first, but everything's very slow until the third turn. I don't know what the opponent has, so we'll just see about that for a moment. And let's see how this goes. They are having that, and again, pretty slow here. I have a couple of turn 2 goblins, but didn't get any of them. And let's see what the opponent has. So if you're hanging out over at the Twitch channel, come on over to my Twitch channel. Come on over to my Okay, yes, I am watching myself on the Twitch channel. Hello, everyone. So if you're over on the Twitch channel, come over to my channel. You can get points. Just got first strike. You can earn points and then earn Magic Arena codes. Oh man, Kalia. Elvish Hunter, you like the picture. I'm trying to think what Elvish Hunter looks like. Ooh, this is clearly not a tier deck, but they managed to get a bunch of amazing things here. So as for myself, I'm gonna need to start to build a board presence, although they already have some big demons. So what do we want to do here? They don't have enough for, well, they have a rally. Ah, man, Heartless Act already. Okay, no problem. We can Goblin Ringleader. Goblin Matron might be a little better. Let's go grab Muxus for that. And maybe a Haste Critter. Got me a bunch of great stuff. Okay, so they're about to have their 5th land. There's their Aurelia, that's impressive. Vigilance, etc. Okay, we got Muxus in hand. I guess the most direct thing to do, so that's 3, 4, 5, that's 5 in total. If we bring out the Script Prospector, we could bring out even more shenanigans. So bring this out, bring out Muxus, bunch of great stuff there, more great stuff there. We have Krenko over here, 10 goblins. Bring out a Goblin War Chief to +1 everything. So that goblin will go to a higher cause, and then that one to another one as well. All goblins get another +1. Ruin Blaster has haste. I can go get him. I can use Matron. Let's do Matron to go get more goblins. That will +1 my goblins. Muxus is from Jumpstart. So actually, oh, then my opponent is like GG. Okay, so that came together. So they have their Boros. Actually, they're, what's black, white, red again? Because they have that demon. Blazing Volley's not that useful. Haven't ever unsheathed my Embercleave. You don't remember your old Magic cards when you first gave it a try in '98, but from your return to your favorite Magic card would have to go to Departed Deckhand. That definitely does its thing. Unblockability and giving everything unblockable. That's a good one to pick. Okay, so there we go again. We got our Prospector, our Chieftain, our Ringleader. That's can do stuff. No Matron, however, but we'll see how it goes. Shadow Spear. There's the Matron. Okay. Well, Charming Prince. Scry is usually the correct answer there. Want one of those. Okay, so next turn, Goblin War Chief. There's Kalia. Let's see what do they pull. What do they pull from the top? 2 things. Amazing. Okay, well, what I could do... Yeah, they're gonna get to their 4th land, so I'm not gonna be able to... I can kick this. I can kick my Goblin Ring Blaster and destroy one of their lands to hold them back, because they're gonna get some great lands. They're gonna get some great things coming up on their 4th land. Oh man, that's going to set me back a little bit, but my Matron can do its thing. They're gonna be attacking with 5 power. Yeah, I gotta do my thing. War Chief for the cost reduction. Like I said, there's that 4th one. That's a great card. A Prospector. Bring out Muxus. I could cast Muxus now, but then I'm weakened, so... Set ourselves up this way, and next turn, let's see if we can do well next turn. That's already 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 damage in total, plus the... Okay, sure. What if... I guess it doesn't even matter, but I guess I'll fizzle their spell and resolve that. They don't have the 4 mana for the thing, and then that does that. Okay, so it's going to be a lot of damage. That's 8 damage in the air, plus vigilance. Okay. Okay, this might be hard to get past, but let's see what Muxus gets us. Can we do anything here? I know Crinkle... Oh, I can incinerate. Actually, we need more goblins first. 6 goblins. 6 free mana, I'll take that. So then we will cycle Kalia. That is, cycle the incinerator to take out Kalia. Might even be able to take out that Seraph. Well, that's it's only gonna. I have only 1 gem palm. There we go. I could go with my gem palm. Yeah, let's do the matron to go get my other gem palm incinerator and then torch their Seraph. And then they've only got 1 blocker. Gem palm. And then cycle that. Oh, Krenko, we brought so many buddies to do our bidding. So now they've only got 1 blocker, no mana. Oh, Afterlife 2. Whoops, forgot about that. Okay, they still have some blockers. I guess next, Chieftain. To +2 everything, because they could double block a bunch of things. And after that I could... That's good. Okay, let's go all in with that. Muxus is a 10-10. Definitely have to block that. Okay. And what's on their side? Of course, a board wipe here will be amazing. Okay. Equip for 4, sure. 5/5 with life. And you've only got one blocker. 2 blockers, okay. Let's get a ringleader to get options. There's a Gem Palm Incinerator. Good game. Good game, Cape. Alright. Goblin House Party doing it again. And over to Platinum 3. So what do you think about that, everyone? Goblins can do their thing when you let them do their thing, and it is a complex deck in terms of thinking about what to sacrifice at the right time. I'm still kind of figuring out all the details of the deck, but you can really pull things out of thin air, so thanks everyone on that. I guess we'll play a little bit more if we've got an audience. You know, I was about to sign off, but then Magic started hosting me, so I can't finish now that the official Magic channel is hosting me. Hey, Mark Rosewater, how are you doing? Nice to see you again. Did I ever tell you all about how I met Mark Rosewater twice at San Diego Comic-Con? He signed my card. Let me get my card, actually. What card was that? Corset. What card was that? Corset 2019 or something? He signed my card. Yeah, here it is. So what do we have here? Not amazing, but we'll see what the opponent has. Neutron Rat is the opponent. Here's the card signed by Mark Rosewater. It is a foil. Switch over here for a moment. It is a foil Nightpack Ambusher Comic Con exclusive card, and there's signature right there. That gibberish right there is an actual signature. Okay, we have a Gem Palm. What are they playing? Everything's colorless here. What are they playing? Uh-oh, is the opponent going to go towards ramping into Ulamog or something? Probably. These are the telltale signs of ramping into Ugin. So what we want to do is, I didn't get enough lands fast enough to Ruin Blast their land. Let's see if we can get one more turn off of that. What do I want to grab here? I already have Krenko. Part of what makes this deck work is the haste creatures plus the acceleration with the script Prospector, but we'll grab that. And they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana in total. There's Ugin right there. Little Ugin. It's not so bad. And a mirror, and what do they have for their final card in hand? Okay, there's an Embercleave. So I missed the land drop. Actually, I shouldn't have brought that one out. They're just going to minus X next turn. So anyway, that was the Mark Rosewater's signature on this totally shiny gem. What's this one called again? The Nightpack Ambusher. It's that 4/4 with haste that does cool stuff. I can bring out a Krenko. I can also cycle. They've got all the mana that they need, so they just need to guess if they -3, and they're gonna crack some of those, I guess, because they have plenty of mana. So they're just trying to ramp into their more impressive creature, their other Ulamog. I mean, their other Ugin, they're kind of struggling, so that's holding them back. See, there we go, minus on that. Okay, now I could Ember Cleave, which will give trample and such. Let's go for the main critter. Hopefully this will also pull a lot of great stuff from the top. Was alright. And guess it's more important to go to the opponent, right? That's a 13-13. 13 is totally unlucky. Gonna block. They need to block everything, and they're gonna lose all of that, which is not so bad. They still have plenty of mana, except that, I guess. So I use my haste enabler. They lose most of their board, although they draw a couple from Ugin. So what else do they have in this deck? Because I know when I build this deck, this seems very similar to my deck. But I have that Ugin. They're cracking a lot of their lands to try to get to something, so I think that's not going to get them to their other payoff creature. Okay, I guess it does. Okay, so that's going to exile everything of mine. But how do we get out of that? I can Gem Palm. Gem Palm, and then, well, I can Legion. If they attack me, hopefully they attack. And then they gotta. Okay, so that's gonna do a block. There's no blockers there. That'll create one of those. Okay, well, I need to clear the board. You can get a Golem actually. Land. Okay, well, let's bring this out here. Incinerate this over here for no blockers. And make an attacker for their Ugin. Oh, actually, oh man, why did I not even look at what I'm doing? So yeah, this is going to be hard to get out of. They ramped. They can +1 that Ugin. They have Ascend, which I guess doesn't do too much. Yeah, let's just try this again. They were able to ramp into everything very well, so they have everything that they need. That's a lot of power. So let's try that again. Let's see if the RNG can help me this time. Hopefully that deck, I have a version of it, but I don't have those Karns. But that deck, yeah, as long as you ramp well, you'll be able to get these big things out. And they're doing it completely colorless. I do it with mono white because then you can do board wipes. All of this is good. What do I not want to drop? I guess I don't want to drop the... I guess I will drop the Chieftain. So I've got the ramp with the Prospector. I've got the Goblin Instigator, which will help me ramp. I've got the War Chief to decrease mana costs. Turn 1. Any turn 1 plays. Set this up here. It's probably a Mind Stone and the like. Oh, coil. Okay, well, protection from multicolored. Well, that'll set me back, but won't set me back that much actually. Go all in here. So they haven't gotten any of their ramp, that's good. Gain some life. Mirror, okay, I can incinerate that. That'll hold them back as well. Guess we'll play the long game. I can also wreck their land. I think the mirror is more important. Although I could still wreck their land. Yeah, let's kick this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And which of these is more valuable? Yeah, you don't need to gain that life. So now you have 2 lands. No ramp. There's a mirror. Okay, well, I'm out of gem palms. I doubt they'll double block. I doubt they'll block here, so just go all in. Oops. Don't want to lose that. Probably wouldn't have blocked. Should have done 6 damage. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 5 in total. If they drop their 6th land and they have their little Ugin, that'll be good for them. My hand is totally empty, so I'm totally top decking. Okay. Reveal. What should we give them? Meteor golems. Which meteor golem do you want? Have them all. 1 more mana. Okay. So that didn't turn out for them. Here's the final battle right here. This is the ultimate titanic battle between everyone right now. This is the 3rd of 3 battles. It's the Goblin Party versus the massive mana. So let's see what happens. Okay, we gotta mulligan this perfectly and hopefully no bad luck. Come on Magic engine, don't do this to us, especially that we're live on the Magic stream right now. Okay, they get to go first. Not good. So that's strike 1. This is... There's no Skirk Prospector, but I got the Goblin Matron and I have a turn 2 play, and this is adequate. I really don't... and then Shadow Spear. So turn 2 Goblin Instigator, turn 3 Matron, and then go grab something. They get to scry, leave it at the top. Limestone. So probably they have what they need right in hand, so this is definitely going to be a race. So what do we want to get with the Matron? I guess as usual the War Chief, because it does the cost reduction plus haste. That'll give us a Krenko to make more goblins. There's a Karn already. They're gonna +1. Oh, they're gonna -2. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, so that's the one. Go reveal something. But what are they gonna reveal? What artifact are they gonna reveal? They're gonna reveal Amulet. What does that do again? Whenever you become the target of a spell, creature tokens at -1. Okay, that's not so bad because I'm gonna have the... Oh man, it would have been perfect to get that Ruin Blaster. Anyway, let's... Matron... for... War Chief? I guess... Gotta take out Karn? Or try to. Okay. Radium Mirror... They can equip it then. Or do they want to play their minus, their token minus? Karn can +1. which doesn't do anything, but they need to +1 it. Okay, so just, oh, okay, just tokens. Never mind, tokens aren't so bad. What else? That becomes a copy, so that's a 1/1. Okay, interesting. Now, I could Ruin Blast one of their lands. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They have 7 mana in total. If I Ruin Blast one, even if they drop their next land, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I think I want to destroy that land because that's the name of the game, right? To get into, as fast as possible, the big boys, the big ones. So if they miss a whole land, that is good. And right here, if I lose anything, that doesn't even matter. But that Planeswalker is important. Okay. So they have no Planeswalker, they have less lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's an Ugin at 6. Okay, they're just probably going to plus it. Manifold, sure. And that pluses. Okay. Next. So their own thing is also decreasing their tokens. So whoops. Their own amulet is decreasing their own token right there, so should have probably sent a few over to the other direction too, but next turn. What do they have? Did they top deck their... Uh-oh, yeah, they top decked their Ugin, and then they bring that out there. Okay, well, we were close, everyone, we were close. So that key was the key to it all. Now, possibly we can do something here. Well, not really, because the Goblin War Chief is 3, but then I only have 1 mana left. They're gonna just keep +3ing it, so they're out of cards. They don't know I have Krenko, so if they don't keep top decking anything amazing, we might be able to bluff them. So I'm fine losing that chieftain. They're clearly gonna +3 it. So I'm gonna kill the chieftain. Thusly. And then hopefully they didn't top deck anything amazing. They're gonna equip the Shadow Spear to something, but it'll tap out, so they'll have 1 less blocker. Oh, actually, they're gonna untap it with their key again. Okay. Well, that's not enough, actually. Cost reduction here. 2 damage to something. That's not enough. Yeah, we're not. There's no way to pull out of this. They got us. They got us pretty well out of the. That Ugin was very hard to get out of, and they did it really well with the. They did it really well by having the Manifold Key plus the mirror. They just got the final over the top, even though I destroyed their lands and everything. They just got right over the top with that key to get 4 mana out of that mirror. So, minus X on that, and everything's gone. Oh, actually, Crinkle still lives. Okay, well, that's 4 mana, so maybe miscalculated on that, but still. So what else here? I have 4, 5 mana. They're passing. I got one of these critters. Guess I'll try this here. Probably won't block. Do not need. Yeah, I shouldn't quite put myself through this. I don't think there's any way around this, because next turn, well, actually they're not going to -4 Krenko because Ugin doesn't have enough. Oh, never mind, it's got the plus. Okay. Well, if I don't pull anything good, I don't think there's anything good at all that I can pull, because I don't have 6 mana for Muxus. I don't have enough time to dirtle around. They've got 32. They've got a Stone Coil at 6/6. That's actually what they could have done is they could have doubled things here. So, well, GG opponent. Everything worked out. That double mirror was what got them the totally powerful Ugin that there's just no way around that. That's one of the best cards ever made. And with my particular deck that is low-cost goblins, you know, there's just no way. It's a board wipe completely. So, okay, well, been streaming for 3 hours and 49 minutes. Maybe I'll just go for like the even 4 hours and then wrap it up. But I'm going to change gears here. I'm going to play some Brawl. I've been playing all of the different modes already. So, play some Brawl, and I think maybe over here, let's see, I haven't fully optimized that Veto deck. Yeah, I haven't optimized this deck yet, but let's give it a shot here. So we got Veto, Thorn of the Dusk Rose. It's supposed to be a life strategy sort of thing. Life gain and so forth. Hannah, okay. What does she do? Something about... Yeah, what does Hannah do? Return target artifact or enchantment from your graveyard. Okay. This will work. We got the Maze Mind Tome. Spinning Wheel, Revenge of Ravens. It's not fully optim. And then there's my Citadel. So we're dealing with Azorius. Unfortunately, that probably means we're going to deal with a variety of counter spells, or maybe they're going to focus on the actual enchantment stuff. Will they go with Hannah already? Nope, they're going to do with some of these mystics that decrease the cost of their enchantments. Let's see what we're getting next over here. There we go, Heartless Act. Okay, so we'll save that. Third, do some ramp over here. Revenge of Ravens would be useful. Let's see if they bring out their Hannah already. They got their Mirror, okay. Ramping into good stuff. Oh, that glitters. Okay, I guess I gotta use my Heartless Act on that. The thing about putting all your eggs in one basket is that they can crack. I need more removal, which I definitely have in the deck, but oh man. Okay, I gotta deal with that. So I guess we can bring out our veto here. Might as well do this. Another land. I need more land. If I can just get out that Bolus Citadel, y'all see. They have 2 cards in hand. They have their Hannah, but not enough to actually tap and do the thing. But they can bring back that Glitters. That will be not good. That's a 3/3 as well. Okay, well, it's going to be hard to deal with unless I get all of my removal. I'm already at 11. Oh, actually, I'm at the Citadel already. Okay, I guess I didn't even see that, but hopefully this will help. Yeah, that'll help. But instead, then I can surveil to anything good here. Can we get any more kill spells, please? That's another kill spell. There we go, Bolus' Citadel. They're looking at it like, what is that? And then we'll scry this away. Oh, that gets me 4 life. Nice. That's the 4 life there. Damage to them. Take that away. And one of these. Do I want to pay 2 life to get creatures? I don't have any creatures. I have the Knight, actually. That Knight will have Death Touch. 2 mana to draw a card. Yeah, I got life. Alright. Stick with that. Okay, so this will cost them a turn. Ill-gotten inheritance, I suppose, is what I need here. 3/3 flyer, that's not good. Yeah. That's not good either. Well, Revenge of Ravens will help a little bit. Not enough, right? Well, yeah, I have a blocker. Fine. That's still a blocker anyway. 2 attacks, gain 2 life. And down to 1 life. Sorin can gain me a little bit of life. Up to something gets a plus, deals 4 damage to any target. Okay, I need that. For the flyer. Plus I will gain some life. 4 damage to any target. So get that flyer out of here. I gain 4, I gain 8 life. Or 4 life or whatever. I can afford to have my veto die because then recasting is not so bad. +2, +5, first strike. Okay, I guess. No trample, so I can live with that. Back here. That's only going to do 4 damage in total. Oh man, got out of my reach. Okay, well, here's a 4/3. Oh, I can just keep tapping down with my wheel. I can just keep tapping them down. So let's do some damage to the opponent, and then I can keep tapping down. Oops, I should have tapped it on its. I should have tapped it on their. On their beginning step. Okay, let's bring out Vio. That's gonna diminish. Oops. Let's play from the top. Come on, give me something good. Another land. Okay, well, 4 mana in total. whenever another creature dies, whatever there. That's only going to take it back to their hand. Actually, wait a minute. I know that's going to be good. Let's bring out another life thing here. Hannah can grab something. Ah, man. Well, I can play it again. Ooh, Eat to Extinction, that's what I need. That costs how much? 4 mana in total. 4 mana. 4 mana. And then we got 1. It's 4 life. 6 life left. I think we'll be okay. Ooh, and then Ritual of Soot. Does that do anything to anything? Keep it on top. That's 3 and that's 3. Yeah, Ritual will also help me a lot right here. Sure. Down to 3 life. Play a land, play my veto. Okay, they have 1 card in hand, not enough mana to resummon their commander. Glory Bearers, sure. So everyone's getting the damage on that, and this is game over because I can just crack my inheritance right here. Target an opponent. There we go. Ooh, there we go. Veto the Thorn of the Dusk Rose, pulling it in at the final moments. There were several times that I thought, like, I'm not going to be able to really pull that off. But I guess top decking things enough, and having that combo of the Revenge of Ravens, that really pings them enough. Good going on them having 2 of those turn my thing into a 0-1. And then it all came together. So we're at 3 minutes 59 seconds, so never say never. So I think we've got, let's see, over from Magic, we've got a few people hanging out. Here's the thing, if you're currently watching the stream from the Magic channel, come over to my Twitch, twitch.tv/vmcampos, and on my Twitch tell me, don't quit yet, VM Campos, play some more. Thank you on that. Because I've been streaming for 4 hours now, and that might be enough. But if more of the people that are, because sometimes when Magic hosts you, people are still on the Magic channel. So if you're on the Magic channel on Twitch, and you want me to keep playing, come over to mine, twitch.tv/vmcampos, and tell me, don't quit. So while we hopefully get more people to answer that, I'll just mention a couple more things here, and then if we don't get the please keep playing, then we will end. But here's what I want to do as I try to convince people. So if you're over on the Twitch, come over to my, if you're over on the Magic Twitch, come over to my Twitch and tell me to stay. But here's what we'll do as we get to that point. So here's the last comic I want to show here. So anyone know Spawn? There was the Spawn comic book. There was the Spawn movie with Michael Jai White and what's that other guy's name? John Leguizamo. And there was the Spawn cartoon on HBO, one of the first mature cartoons before Adult Swim and such. And so I haven't heard very much, but I thought Jamie Foxx was going to play Spawn. They mentioned this a few months ago, but I think that fell through. I haven't really heard anything. And Spawn has recently reached the record-setting milestone of 300 issues, one of the very few comics in existence that has reached 300 issues. You know, there's been there have been a lot from the big companies that have reached 300. Spider-Man has reached 800. Thor has reached like 700. Detective Comics, Batman has reached 1,000. Superman Action Comics has reached 1,000 issues. But there's very few comics that have gotten to triple digits of the independent publishers. Gold Digger has gotten to about 275 issues over at Antarctic Press. But Spawn got to 300 issues about 9 months ago. So they're at issue like 309 or so. This is obviously Spawn number 1, classic Spawn number 1 from 1992. Ken Steacy plus McFarlane cover with that beautiful energy. The cartoon was cool, the movie was terrible. I never saw the movie. It looked pretty terrible. I saw the cartoons when I went to college. We had HBO for free, and at that time they were showing first run Spawn, so in the 90s. And so I never saw the movie. But back when I was reading comics first in the 80s and the 90s, I first read comics from 87 to 93 or so. I was kind of falling off of it. Then in 93, I went to my first Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con, and I got a free issue of Lobo. So I got back into comics because Lobo was hilarious. I loved it. Somewhere in there, I also got into Spawn, but not until issue 8, I believe, which is that one variant homage cover. So I believe on issue 8, I got into Spawn. So I missed eight issues of Spawn. So back in the 90s, I never had Spawn number 1. It wasn't until in the last 2 or 3 years that I went back on eBay and got issue 1 and 2 for a very good price. And back in the 90s, during the comic bubble, everyone was trying to get as many issue number 1s of so many things so that they would one day sell them and be rich. Just like people were hearing that the first appearance of Superman was so valuable, everyone wanted to get the first appearance of whatever, which wasn't that valuable. Spawn, for example, issue number 1 sold 2 million copies. And also, like, Jim Lee's Wildcats sold like 4 million copies, but they're not worth that much. However, is there anything possibly special about this cover of Spawn that you might see? Same here, your first Spawn comic was at number 8 or so, yeah. That's when I got into that. But so this is not the usual Spawn number 1. Can you tell something from the cover what might delineate it as not the Spawn number 1 that everyone else has? It does have the poster inside intact. A lot of people took out the poster and put it up on the wall. That decreases the value. This is poster intact. But the thing that makes this version of Spawn unique is right here, barcode. So this is a barcode copy of Spawn number 1. You can see right here on the barcode, right here, you can see right here, it's a bunch of digits down here, right? But then there's one at the top here, 09, that means September. This was published September 1992. Okay, what's important about the barcode is, as I was saying earlier, newsstand comics for like 70 years were published on the newsstands where the newspapers were. Then in 1977 or so, they started to be comic shops, a brand new place to buy comics. But it wasn't until about 1985 or 86 that comic shops started to sell more comics than the newsstands. So then by 85 going down to the 90s, less comics were sold in the newsstands because then now there were comic shops. So by the 90s going forward, a very small percentage of comics were in the comic shops. By the year 2000, there was 1% of all comics sold at newsstands. It was all comic shops. There were still some percentages in double digits and such in the 90s. Image Comics mostly sold comics, 99% of their comics, at comic shops. And so about 1% of Image Comics were sold at the newsstand. So for the nostalgia of this, third-party comic publisher that was gonna go against Marvel and DC, Spawn number 1 is cool. The art, amazing McFarlane art. I love his art. I love this cover. The poster's cool. But then also for the collectability is a newsstand issue, which is about 1% of what was published at the newsstands. So a pristine copy of Spawn #1 is worth between $15 and $20. It didn't take off like everyone thought it would. A pristine copy of a newsstand edition, however, has been about 3 times more valuable or so, and will continue to climb. And I was very lucky to just buy this like last week, because I've been seeing the prices of these rise, and I've been seeing some of them being very expensive that I'm like, I don't want to pay for that. I would actually want to pay for my rent. So whoever sold this didn't quite fully know that it was the fabled newsstand edition. So I got it more towards the price of the comic shop version than the newsstand version. And it's in good condition. I'm not a professional grader, but I'd say it's like an 8 out of 10 or better. And it is part of my collection there. So the recent comics that I bought were getting some of these Image comics from the newsstand. So here, Savage Dragon. This is another one of these that the print run was about like 500,000 of the comic shop ones. So about 1% of 500,000 is 5,000. I don't know math. So this is another one that's kind of low print run. This is not as valuable as Spawn. I think Spawn has way more fame than Savage Dragon. However, Savage Dragon just reached 250 issues. So that's another long-running series. Like other things like Wildcats, it didn't get that far. Or anything from Rob Liefeld, you know, what was their thing? What was his thing? What was Rob Liefeld's comic? Cyberforce? No. Anyway, the only issues of Image that ever reached triple digits were Savage Dragon and Spawn. The Walking Dead reached triple digits, but it ended on issue 193 last year. So I got this right here. Speaking of Savage Dragon, you actually have a copy of Savage Dragon versus Megaton Man, a fun comic. Ooh, that's fun. I never got a chance to read that one, but Megaton Man, that's the Don Simpson comic, I believe. So I gotta check that one out. And then lastly, as we wrap up here, the third book that I got recently was this Darker Image comic. So this was an anthology introducing three new characters: Blood Wolf, Deathblow, and the Max. And so this one I did have from the 90s, but I didn't have the newsstand edition. So here's another one that Image newsstand editions are worth more, or more valuable than the non-newsstand ones. Didn't Liefeld do Youngblood, exactly. I was trying to remember all of them because there were 7 creators. I was trying to remember Youngblood. And we had Whilce Portacio, I believe he did the Cyberforce. We had Mark Silvestri. Or did Mark Silvestri do Cyberforce? Jim Lee did Wildcats. Jim Valentino did Shadowhawk. I loved Shadowhawk. Remember Shadowhawk? He was like a darker, grittier Batman that he would stop crime by breaking the backs of the criminals, by literally breaking their backs. So you have the Max, you have a Max comic somewhere. Cool. I liked that series. It was totally weird. It also had a cartoon, really good cartoon on MTV when they were doing cartoons. Remember their cartoons? They had The Head, the Max, Aeon Flux, Beavis and Butthead. So yep, these are some recent comics that I got. Some Image comics for nostalgia. These are all published in 1992 or 93. If you do a little bit of the math, that was a long time ago. So I think we're good for today's stream. 4-hour stream, doing some magic. Let's come back right over here and look at it one more time. Victory. So earlier on in the stream, it was kind of a few losses, but then got back on track with playing some goblins, and then one final brawl here. That's what I like to see right there. You have to play Magic sometime. When is a good time? Do you want to play Magic Arena, or do you want to play Magic on Untapped, or do you mind being on the stream? Do you want to do one thing on the stream right now before I log off, or 1v1? Arena is good. Yeah, you want to do one right now just to see how it goes? I don't think we've ever challenged each other. Sure, as a challenge. Yeah, let's do that. Did we, Gabe, are we already buddies here on Arena? We can do a quick challenge here before we sign off. I'll put it there in the chat. VM Compost pound 69225. That's add me on Arena. We'll do a challenge, whatever you want, before we wrap up there. You're gonna start it up now. Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and start it up then. Okay, so Mark, we won't quite shut it down. We're gonna have Gabe do a challenge over here. I guess in the meantime, as that starts up, I'll just play a Who Cares battle versus Sparky. Let's do this cat deck versus Sparky. If I lose against Sparky, I'm gonna have to quit Magic forever. This is the automated bot. Yeah, we'll do a little bit more Magic. We'll do some 1v1. Gabe hasn't played against me, I guess. It's always funny seeing Sparky because its emotes are way better than our emotes. Okay, they're playing mono red, so yes, let's give this a try. If they torch that, I guess I can live with it. Uh-oh, they have their shock ready, and maybe not. So this is the artificial intelligence bot. Alright, let's give this some big action. No blocks. Yeah, I wish we had all of these cool responses that Sparky has. 3, 2. Yes. Okay, so this is one of my cat decks over here that does fun stuff. This is suddenly a 6/7. I want to respond like that with whoa to my opponent. Okay. What else do I want to do here? They leave only one blocker. Then a Chandra's Pyro Helix. Oh no. Yes, doesn't really matter to save it, but could block, but that doesn't matter. Let's get our Lurrus out here. Okay, so I got one blocker. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have 8. They have a Spitfire. Not good. They probably have one more instant to do something. I don't think they can do 13 damage. So we'll let that go through. Yeah, they still have one more thing, so this will be interesting right here. We'll do this. We'll do some catabolism. Not cannibalism, but catabolism. Actually, I don't have enough for it. Never mind. So I was going to sacrifice the Johnny's Primate to the Dread Malkin to make it big. That's a Scorched Spitter. That's annoying. That's one of the cards that totally triggers me. But okay, here obviously they have a lot of mana open. +3. It's not so bad. They should have put that onto... See, that's bad AI right there. They should have put that onto the unblocked creature, because then that would have taken me out. So, Lurrus, I guess we'll summon our Lurrus. Bring back one more cat over here. And go for it.
Want to play again?
Alright, that was just a little bit of warm up there. So did you get that started up there, Gabe? To try a little arena? Let's play the same cat deck against a real opponent instead of the bot. It's not a very serious deck, but... Actually, let's try this one. So I do my Planeswalker upgrade videos, right? And I have the Teferi Planeswalker deck on Arena, and I was testing it out to improve it for my video, so I need to record that tomorrow and then publish it on Monday. My public demands it. So this deck is very dirtily until the Spined Megalodon. There's a lot of like Charm Sleeps and Unsubstantiates and stuff, and card draw with Opt. And there's some prowess creatures and such. There we go, there's that Fairy Vandal right there. It gets counters when there are more card draws. Of course, they're playing green, so let's see if the algorithm paired me up against someone with Plummet. Ooh, I'm getting all my lands. Elvish Rejuvenator. Okay, so they're just probably trying to get some big creatures and they're not really ramping that well. Let's draw some more cards, shall we? Stern Dismissal will be good for whatever amazing thing they summon next. Stern Dismissal, it's the unsummon of the modern day, but it also hits enchantments. So Druid of the Cowl, sure. Have one mana and they quit. Okay. Deicide decided to arena side. So that's not the full power of the deck, but let's keep playing it a little bit more. This is the historic version of that deck. For my video on Monday, I've got I've got 3 builds for it: the standard, the Corsetonian one only, the standard, and then the historic version. Opponent goes first. Okay, so we got the inventory, the gust of wind, so the dismissal, the gust of wind, the inventory, the vandal. So one of the workhorses of this deck is that Fairy Vandal. Okay, and I got all of my Stern Dismissals here, so that'll be nice to annoy them. Playing black. Okay. Fire Triton. I guess, might as well send it back. So they're going to play with some sort of graveyard strategy. What else is in there? Okay, they're playing triple colors, actually. Black, white. Actually, they're playing like 4 colors, because that's blue and white, and then that's that. Blue and white and green. Okay, that's why they have their chromatic lantern for that. Right here. Ooh, Curious Obsession. I have to hand it to you, made the most interesting text. Well, thank you for that. They may not always win, but if I'm not trying to climb the ladder, I'm gonna play a little bit more fun. If I'm gonna climb the ladder, it's serious business. But, what do we do here? So we've got our Teferi's Wave Caster, which is Flash 3/3, which then brings in our Teferi. We can also do Gust of Wind, which draws a card. And it only costs 2. Yeah, let's do that. Let's send back something, draw a card. That gets bigger. We've got the Megalodon. Got the Stern Dismissal. Obviously, if they're putting cool stuff in the graveyard, that means... Oh yeah, I forgot about Curious Obsession. I missed that card. If they're putting stuff in the graveyard, they have something... Oh, the Kitrog monster. So that's what they want to bring from their graveyard. Definitely. So, I will gladly Stern Dismiss it. But what I need to do... The problem is that Mono Blue... Ooh, Tatiova. Mono Blue doesn't... That's a lot of value. We don't need to keep that. I would rather have my dismissal for their Gitrog, but they need to first get it out of the library, so that's too much value. Okay, let's... Are we already at 7? Not yet. Okay, let's draw with an Opt. Teferi's Insight. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Teferi's Ageless Insight will double draw me. So, draws 2 cards. Thank you. They have a lot of cards in hand. They have Tatiova, although she's 5 whole mana. I'm gonna keep Glow Spore Shamaning it up. Sure. Ooh, they put a... Uh-oh, they put a Field of the Dead. They've got Field going on, but Gust of Wind can kill that token. Lothlet Giant. Okay, so for this... I guess what we'll do here, let's first draw a couple of cards. Stormwing Entity does not have Flash. I've got 6 mana in total. I can Gust of Wind so that they have to replay something. Actually, I'll be able to do double things here, because when you play an instant, it decreases the cost of that. Oh, and then I got my Stern Dismissal. Beautiful. And then there's my Teferi. Okay, well, let's bring this out here. No lands. I got a 3/3 blocker, although that's Death Touch. So, end turn, discard 1 card. Glow Spore again. Okay, it's kind of going back and forth a little bit. This is lethal for them, actually, unless they can get... There it is. Okay, Storm Hat. So did Gabe time out over there? I said he was going to start up Arena. Probably had to download the 4 GB. There we go. So I should have challenged the queue. Okay, there we go. Finally, I got you there. So let me add you as a friend. As a whatever Arena calls people here, as a buddy. So I'll go right over here, add, and you say that you're GHK pound 80405. So let me add you first. I can do the challenge over here. You should get the pop-up there that says confirm. And if there's any capitalization and such, make sure you pass that properly, because capital letters do matter. So for me, it's all lowercase. VM Campos pound 69225. And you should get a pop-up down on the bottom left corner that pending. You can see right there, request pending. So yeah, go ahead and cancel the challenge queue. You have to, if you're already in the challenge queue, go ahead and cancel it. I'll initiate it, but you should first accept the friend request there, so it's just easier to challenge people. You just have to click instead of typing people's name. But for the first time, you do have to put the name. Okay, accepted. There it is. So I see you right there. Okay, so I'll click the challenge over here. What kind of game do you want to play? Do you want to play standard, historic, brawl, limited, like whatever? What kind of deck would you like to play, or what do you have to play with? Now also we have the advanced technology to go like this. I can actually chat you. I can say like this, hello, right in the game. Wow, they added that capability. So red deck. Before you choose it, what format is it? You know, if you go over to your deck, because I want to play the same format as you, go over to your deck and then, you know, open it up and then click on the icon on the top right corner over there about the number of cards in your deck. Click that, and then right there it'll say what format it is. You know, is it historic, standard? What kind of deck is it? So we can play the same amount of. We can play the same format of deck. So a deck that's standard would technically also work in historic, but a deck that's historic wouldn't work standard. They said it's supposed to come to mobile this year. I believe they said that because they had their roadmap that they said months ago, and usually these roadmaps that they've shown have resulted in getting the result out easily or quickly after that. You've been playing with the destructive firepower and angelic deck. I apologize since you're still fairly new. That is probably limited. So yeah, just double check what it says there on the corner. So yeah, go to deck, and then in your decks right here, open your deck, and then right below the name of the deck, click on the number of cards, I guess on the icon, or click on the little chart, and then when it pops up there, what is it? Because if we're not the same kind of deck, it might not connect. It would be good to play some games with you, definitely. What sort of device would you play it on? Do you have a tablet? I think that's really the way people have to play it. Like, how are you going to be able to play on this thing right here, even though there's like so many types of games out there? Magic on this, I can't quite see it. But if it's on a tablet, iPad and such, that I think is very playable. You can multitask. I don't know, Magic is such a detailed game. I multitask on my I multitask right here on my laptop with multi-monitors, and it still feels like I'm not paying enough attention to things. Did everyone see the... I'm not sure if you even have that option. That is under the Decks tab. Yeah, exactly. So right over here, right at the start. Now, you might also... I don't think it's affecting us right here, but when you play, you see how it has arena play modes and then, you know, basic and advanced. I would put it in advanced, but I don't think it's going to matter for us right now. The important part is go over to... Yeah, decks tab at the top. You do see your deck here, right? It's not on the different place, because if you were playing via Jumpstart as a limited, dragons and goblins, it's only found there. You wouldn't be able to challenge each other that way. Oops, I should probably get back to the game right there. Show the game. So, yeah, what I was pointing at was right here, that if you don't have the all modes, you can turn that on, but it doesn't matter for us right now. But under your decks, you double click your deck, and even if you have the layout like this, you have to click on the icon of the little bar chart. If you have the layout over here, click on that bar chart. I was going to show over here on my web browser. Why is it not showing my web browser? There it is. Okay, so I made this pizza yesterday. Well, I didn't make it. I defrosted it and cooked it baked it in the oven. So I haven't had pizza in a long time since the pandemic, right? Obviously, I can order it, but I don't know why I haven't gotten any pizza. So when I was at the grocery store, I got one of these frozen pizzas, and it was one of the more like the flatbread style, and it was pretty tasty. I thought it was sweeter than I would have expected. I don't know why I felt that this was like very sweet. Maybe because I haven't had it in a while, and this was a particularly sweet one. So it's just pepperoni and cheese. It was gluten-free, and it was good. So, Gabe, I don't know, maybe the decks, I could try the challenge, but then if it's not the same type of deck, it'll probably reject the challenge, so... Do I have any 40 card decks even? Yeah, this Minotaur deck. It's not fully complete though, so you double click the deck and have it pulled up. Okay, just like me, I have my deck pulled up. I see all of my cards on the right side, right? And then where you've got the little bar chart. Oops, let me go to the game. So you have the deck pulled up just like me right here, right? You see your cards on the right, and then next to the game, and next to the deck name on the right over here, you have the bar chart. So it says 60 cards. Yeah, but don't worry about that. Click on that. Click on that word, 60 cards. Then after that, when you click on it, then it'll tell you down on the bottom left here what format it is. So what does it say after that when you click on that? It says standard. Okay, that's all we needed to know. So okay, so you have a standard deck. So I'm gonna click your name, and it's 60 cards, and I'll click challenge right there. So somewhere on the interface, I think on the bottom left, my name will appear and it says you've been challenged, or let's play standard, or something appears, and click accept. Then it will have you pick your deck, so you pick your deck, and then I'll pick mine, and then play a little Magic. Not as good as in real life, but we can manage here. Maybe that's why we would use the audio from Discord to fully chat. We can manage here. Okay, there we go. So I got that. And I'm gonna try this deck over here. So good luck on that. Let's see. You said it was Firepower Angelic or so? Okay, let's see how that goes. So here we go, the match of the ages. So I've got an opening hand that'll do stuff. It seems to be on ramp enough. It kind of gives away what my deck is based on the my sleeves give away what my deck is. My little cat sleeves right there, and so as we see here, we've got a Pride Malkin. So we're dealing with red. Let's check out these lands. Pretty cool lands right here. Very mountainy with a mesa, but other peaks. This is a pretty fun arena to play arena. We've got all these people hanging out in the stands. Oh, that's a good one. That's a 1/3 with prowess-ish. So gotta be careful with these red mages. They are tricky. I'm gonna bring out a big ol' 3/2 and such. Okay, so what do I want to do here? Well, I've got Menace, so that'll be a thing. Menace needs to double block. Just like that, maybe. So, if you're getting a little pop-up of exclamation point, if you hover over those things, it should be telling you that you need to double block. That's what Menace is all about. No blocks, alright. So I missed a land drop. But Gabe didn't, so that's not good. I am missing my lands. What do I want to do with more lands? Well, maybe play more creatures. Scorch Bitter, no! That's the one that always triggers me. Goblin here. Getting a very good board, and I'm barely here with one cat. Not amazing, but I guess I gotta go for it. Just you wait as long as I get my lands. Can't play Magic without lands. I just noticed this for the first time. If you click on the oh man, that's a lot of goblins. If you click on the crowds over here, they disperse a little bit. Uh-oh. Well, hopefully that will work. 8 mana and still no lands. Guess what we want to do is just bring out a big old blocker. So it's a 1/3, a 3/2, a 2/1, 2/1/1s. I like the art on this goblin a lot right here. There's other goblin art that I don't love, and this one is one of my favorite ones. Look, pretty tough looking goblin. There's a silly goblin right there. The flavor text: I opens my mouth to catches the bugs. Okay, so here we can try to get eventually Loras, although it doesn't do much without things in the graveyard. That Spellforger Weird's pretty amazing. It just gets stronger the more instants you play. Yeah, my side of the field is looking pretty bad. That is a huge squad. Okay. Well, let's just bring this out then. Just another blocker. Yeah, I think we're both getting weird mana issues. Oh man, my poor little guy. Okay, I guess I'll have to do this. Here's that catabolism that I was talking about. That still triggered the shock, however. How much is that? 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's 17. Whoops, and that gets even bigger too. Is this the end? Is this the end of Rico? Mother of mercy, is this the end of Rico? Yeah, okay, so I don't think I can survive this. Can we survive this? So, totally dead, right? 2, 4, 6. Yeah, this is a good game. That was definitely a squad of red critters. Now we are playing best of 3, so let's see if it works a little bit better. And hopefully things can be changed just a little bit to possibly survive another attack. Okay, let's go for it. Okay, get to go first. Alright, so let's try that. Best 2 out of 3. Hopefully this hand will work a little better. Oops, we're having some sort of network connection over here. Okay, well. Okay, so let's set up my cats. Hopefully here I'll get a better card draws. Because we're seeing land drops a lot, so hopefully this time's a little better. And that fire urchin's pretty good. Once you do the instants and sorceries, it gets bigger and bigger. I like the art on that card. She's got a really big axe. So this particular place where we're battling at, the only way to play this is if you do the direct challenge with people. You don't actually see this place anywhere else. So Gabe Step is pretty efficient. A lot of little creatures and pump effects and so forth. Okay. So we got double cat attack. Versus Fire Urchin and Pack Mastiff. I like the art on this a lot. And the more of these that you have, the stronger it gets. So 2 mana, each creature you control named Pack Mastiff gets +1. So you only have to pay 1 double, 1 mana, 1 pair of mana to add that to all the Pack Mastiffs that you might have out. Very efficient. Cats are go. And then the flavor text. Their loyalty is not to any master, but to the pack. Who did the art of that anyway? Svetlin Velinov. Good game. Didn't quite work out, perhaps. I will see. That is an 8/8 cat. That cat got fed a lot of cat treats. Okay, so here it is. 3 out of 3. Let's do, here's the final one. 3 out of 3. This is the one to decide the fate of the multiverse. This is the third one. Hopefully we both get good hands and such. I know that there's going to be some shocks in there. Also a lot of singed fur. Have to be careful about that. Man, I walked right into that. Okay, well, can I death touch that spell? That's what I should have waited for. Now I'm getting the opposite, just all lands, eh? Goblin party. So I think I'm getting the opposite this time. I'm getting the mana flood. So game 1 was mana screw, game 2 was fine. And then now game 3, it's mana flood. That's a lot of game over for me. The tapper actually tapped things slightly wrong. I needed to tap, I did the auto tap, I needed to tap the white and black for the Aegis, leaving one white open. Instead it tapped double white for me. Well, he was going to do it to me again, so... Okay, attack with a 9/9 with Vigilance. And... it's close. One lone blocker. Now what I'm worried about, of course, is that Fire Urchin. That'll get stronger. Shivan Dragon, okay, that's what I'm worried about. That is what I'm worried about. Do I have any way to deal with air stuff in this deck? I do, so hopefully I can get it. But even this is going to... Okay, well, that is a 13/13. I think I'm getting trolled a little bit. Too bad there's no trample, so there we go. You saw that I sideboarded in a bunch of removal, and I never pulled any of it. I guess the only thing that I got was the... You should pump up your... You should fire breathe at +6. Oh man, you forgot to do that. So that would have been a +6 fire breathe. That would have been an 11-5 Shivan Dragon. Still winning games of Magic 27 years later. So... yeah, that was pretty efficient. The deck, his deck was pretty aggro and very low cost, except for like the very top end of it all. So GG on that, Gabe. Yeah, that big old dragon at the very end was no way around that. I had at least one card to deal with it, but it never came up. So GG. And to be even more impressive, you could have done the fire breathing of the one red. You could have given it +6, +5. But okay, yeah, we got it. We spent one more hour doing this, but you want to do one final one, then I'll wrap up my stream, I guess, if it's not too late and such, because we're in the same time zone. So for you, it's also 1 a.m. But if you want, we can do one final one, or if not, I'm fine with that. And then we'll, as you play more and get more cards and such. Okay, got a sure. Okay, let me send you the request on that. We'll do one more. If you want to do the same one or change decks, I'm probably gonna change decks just to try different decks. But I'm gonna set that right there. Send you that. It's gonna be another standard deck. If you want to change it, go ahead and change it and then let me know what it is. But we'll go with another standard deck. Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that'll come up. So one of the decks that I wanted to put together last year or whatever, when Guilds of Ravnica came out, I really liked the Surveil mechanic. I thought it was very interesting, very demure. So I never... Back when there were less people playing Magic, this demure deck kind of was pretty cool. But then as people got way better, it's like you couldn't really play this deck anymore. It was so outclassed. But if you get what you need, then it does what you need. So I got the unsanctioned lands right here, pretty spooky lands. I think these look a little too close to each other in terms of one is clearly blue, one is clearly black, but it just feels like they're not as differentiated as they could be. Would you say that? Because here's the island, and then here's the swamp. Good old Thought Erasure. Ember Holler, that's a good one. Grabber, Urchin. Yeah, that Holler. Ooh, and then one of those, sure. Just got that 1-3. We have that 1-3 as well. got this little spy bug. Just assume every conversation is on record. Surveillance. Okay, so let's see here. What's the right play right here? So, this and this. Yeah, that'll work there. So bring out this critter, then bring this one out. Like that. Goblin bird grabber. That gets bigger, not cool. Take out that. Next up, ooh, okay. Well, yeah, we'll be okay. And then we will do a bunch of attacks over here. Don't need one of those. It's a little bigger. Okay, so got that Doom Whisperer on track. Oh, +3. Guess what we should do here is get that under control. Play that. Do this combo. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that might be lethal. Unless something can do 6 damage. There's red spells that can do 6 damage, I'm pretty sure. Okay, well, this is death from above. So the idea with this deck is surveil stuff, and oh look, there's a bug. There's a bug at the moment. It's not showing my sleeve, and it's not showing my deck box, and my deck is called New Deck Name. So that's a some sort of bug happening. If you hit this item over here in the background, it also kind of pops up with confetti. And if you touch the crowd, they disperse. So can you clean the whole crowd here? Mastiff. There's that 6 damage right there. Oops, I needed to surveil that away. Inescapable Blaze, 6 damage. This 6 damage to any target. This cannot be countered. So that would have definitely taken out my... Oops. That would have taken out my... my 6/6. The that demon, I've used that demon plenty of times to try to get to just paying lots of life to get to a certain point. Oops, that was until end of turn. Yeah. So Etrada's alternate win condition of exiling your opponent's creatures is pretty nice. I don't have the full playset of them in the deck. But I like the art on that Etrada. There's 2 arts actually. One is the standard art, and there's a different art as well. I like the standard art a little bit better than the alternate art. It's still very cool art, but I just like the other one better. 11. Ooh, this is living the dream right here. This will be dumb, but yeah, so those walls just get bigger and bigger. That's the idea with this surveil deck, that the little things become big things. That's a lot of walls. Well, guess I'll keep surveilling a little bit over here. That's a lot of walls. I just noticed there's like a little bit of mist and such going through the background of this arena. How about some double surveil for more of the action? Well, I have 7 turns to get these even bigger. Oops, that's a 6 mana right there for something. That's a big one. Spybug, I want that Spybug to get big. So the synergy of my deck is when everything falls in place. Like obviously when I've got these Nightveil sprites, everything is predicated on these Nightveil sprites staying alive, because those walls get bigger the more you surveil, and those Nightveil sprites are a way to constantly surveil. And the Dimir Spybug is also another thing that gets big, and it's got menace and flying. When you surveil, it gets bigger. So the that's the big win condition of the deck, that you've got little things that become big things as you surveil. Now that seems to be 5. Oops, that cannot be countered. Okay, well, it's 5 whole damage right there. And I guess that is a lot of damage in the air that is not escapable. So I guess we go to the 3rd match and see how it goes on the 3rd match. This is it right here for the multiverse, the full battle in the Crucible of Worlds for the final battle. Okay, so I got a turn 1 play, which I always love. That was a close match, and there's a lot that could go on and will go on and so forth, but we'll see on the final match. 3 out of 3, that's even more exciting, right? It's even more exciting to... This is the final countdown. This is the final... Oh, please don't shock my poor little... Never mind. Okay, well... And we got that. So they're twins. Pack Mastiff. Nah. Okay, so that's out of range of shock at least. Okay, that'll get bigger. Guess we're okay. Now here, missed a land drop, but hopefully that won't be so bad. Poor guy got shocked. Poor sprite. Let's get a close-up on that. Pretty cool art. Never really noticed that there's like some candles and such there. Well, I would love to have some mana. Four mana, urchin. Okay, so we got the urchin, we got the mastiff. Okay, well. So that will come to life now. That's a lot of mana right there. I wonder if this particular arena here is in like a certain plane and such. I think the Mastiff could be pumped up more. +1, that's a 4. 1, 2, that could be 2 more. That's a 5-2. That could be pumped all the way to 5-2. That's enough to take out my Etrata. Actually, not 4-2. Well, in total, the with 6 mana, you can pump it +3, so that would have been enough there. Ooh, Infuriate. That's gonna make a big one because it gets +3 plus the prowess. That's a 5-5. Okay, well, we need here the Inescapable Blaze. I guess not. So let's try it like this. That was the final possibility there. Didn't pull anything that would work. Oh, inescapable blaze. Okay, well, I guess that's it. Alright, there we go. The third and final countdown. Back and forth. 3 out of 3. That's real magic right there. And good game on that. That deck definitely has some synergies. I think most fun you've ever had in Arena. That's what I like to hear. Do you have all 4 of those pack mastiffs, those dogs? I think the deck will definitely. I think the deck will be definitely stronger if you have all 4 of those. Because they can make each other stronger. So if you've got all 4 of them, you have more possibility of getting it out, getting them all out. So I definitely would put those in. What I might think is changing is that one goblin, that 2/1 goblin that can fly if you've got a flyer. So possibly, if the only flyer that you have is Shivan Dragon, that might not be the most efficient. Now what we could do, you can copy that deck into our Discord. I can open it up here for a moment, and then we could kind of tweak it a little bit, and then maybe even make it better to challenge even more people. Because as you play Arena, probably what you're doing, or what you should be doing, is you should log in once a day, play a little bit, you know, not totally serious, just play the play queue over here, and then earn your gold. Every day that you play, you earn like at least 1,000 gold. The more gold that you earn, the more golden you can spend for cracking packs. Cracking packs will then give you cards and wild cards. And those wild cards, you can trade them for any card that you want to make an even stronger deck. So if you want to do that, I'm game for it, even though I've been saying for an hour I'm logging off, but I'm happy to do this right now. We're here. You want to do that? Maybe if you go over to the decks and then click your deck, and then at the bottom click export. And then on our Discord, if you want to go over to our Discord, pop it into the decks section if you want, and then I'll copy it to mine. It's just so funny that you can't copy decks over directly on Arena. You have to do it elsewhere, like through Discord. And then I can get my own copy over here, and then we can tweak it. I'll put in all the best mythic rares into it. Now we'll see what we can do on a budget and such. Because you're in our Discord, right? Are you also using GH etc.? Oh, there we go. I see. Yeah, you're on the Discord. You might have misspelled your name a little bit there, but I think that's what you chose, right? So go to the web browser. Yeah, if you want to go to the Discord and then go over to the deck lists. After you do the export, just go right in here and paste it in here, and then I can copy it on mine. So when Magic comes to mobile, Mark, you've definitely got to get in on it, and you'll be on the stream. And then Stevie, you've got to update your arena as well, and maybe we'll do some fun games and such. On the VM Campos Discord, yes, exactly, right there. On the Discord, on the VM Campos Discord. The opponent here is the Wi-Fi thief. Here we go. Okay, I see you right there. Okay, yeah, that'll work there perfectly. Thanks. I got that right there. Okay, so you do have 4 pack mastiffs. Ooh, you have Drakuseth in there. That's cool. Shivan Dragon, Chandra Spitfire, Pyrohelix. You do have a couple extra flyers that I thought actually, that I realized, I mean, you do have the Chandra Spitfire, but there's only one of them. Okay, as soon as I play this opponent, we'll see about that. Okay, so it looks like they're gonna have, they have a shock as well, so I guess we'll have to play around shock. Guess I'll try to outrun them. Newer pop-up when you need them. They were newer pop-ups when you need them? They were never pop-up when you needed them. Yeah, exactly. Drakuseth is an amazing card, but that's the thing about Magic, that you have the ability to go up to a maximum of 4 of them, of anything, right? So the more that you have of them, the more probability of getting to the one card. In a 60-card deck, 1 out of 60 odds are obviously way worse than 4 out of 60. Not still amazing. I'd rather have higher odds, but that's that. Okay, so if I draw my 4th land, I can Gust of Wind that back, and then Stormwing Entity to scry 2. Probably should save that Gust for something better, but that'll give me a cost reduction plus a creature plus a scry, so we'll see. Curious Obsession, okay. You know what, I misplayed that. That was paid for the full 4 amount. Whoops. I keep getting used to the 2 mana when you've got a flyer. Pyreling. The last one you built before your laptop broke was the white deck. Even though you installed Arena on that old laptop, it's still in your account. So as long as you install Arena eventually on another computer, the account is still there, so you're not going to lose anything. So they're probably going to shock and then Firebrand my 3/3. I'm going to do that. That is acceptable. Missing land drops. Okay, so here's how we're gonna mess with them. We get that out of the way. That gets prowess. Sweet, War of the Spark was the last set you played. Yeah, it's all still there. It's still all there in your account. Okay, so dismiss that to prowess the entity. Cool. Then we enchant the wing, another prowess becomes a 5, does an attack, draws me a card, that extra card draw adds to the Vandal, and they might be out of the range of shocks, because it looks like they only had shocks because they didn't take out my Stormwing. They probably could have, but so that gets big right there. Ooh, and then I can dismissal. Okay, so we can end here, because then next turn they might want to try. Well, it's a 4/4 anyway. I was gonna say they would maybe do a shock to bring down the Stormwing to a 1/1, and then finish it off with the Firebrand. So instead, that's exactly what they're gonna try to do here. So double shocks. Double shocks. I guess having them use up all of these spells, I guess. That gets a +1 to live from the shock. They're gonna lose their pyro. That goes to 1. They might use their firebrand, or do they have 1 more shock in hand? Nope, they're gonna use their firebrand for 1 more. There's a lot of effort to take out 1 creature, but that's what you gotta do. What else do they have? They still have 1 more shock. Great. Okay, well, let's do some just regular old attacks. Still tapping for 1 red, so that's probably the infuriate or something like that. So yes, we gotta hold back. Not getting anything good. 7 mana. Come on, Teferi, where are you? And they have like a huge grip of cards. Okay, 1 of those. That's not good. So that does double damage. Okay, get me something good here. See for play. That was something good. So if they block with that, cool. Draw me a card and an opt. Opt won't do much on their turn, so might as well do here another curious. Sure. All right, so that's still 5. If they've got some shocks and stuff, that'll still 2 times 2 is 4. How much does this double? At +2. Okay, oops, that's not good. But they've only got 2 mana left, so hopefully not too bad. Okay, that's fine. Actually, wait, this is not good. This is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. This is game over. Okay, well, if they attack with everything, it's game over. Well, they can't attack with everything. Okay. Not so bad. Gotta somehow win here. Huh. Yeah, okay. I don't like that Gutter Bones at all. I'm probably gonna die to Gutter Bones because they're gonna do 1 final hit to the face, and then Gutter Bones will do the final 2. Weaver of Lightning, Reach. Whenever you cast an instant, deals 1 damage to creature. Okay. That's got Reach. They didn't even need to. They didn't even need to do anything special. That was already game over. So they tried to get fancy with that. Okay. Well, Let me look at that deck then for a quick moment, like I was going to do. So decks. Import. There we go. Where did that go? Oh, here it is. Okay, so just put your name here to see it. So we have the Infuriate, Squart Spitter, Shock, Chandra's Pyro Helix, Ember Hauler, Fire Urchin, Goblin Birdgrab. Actually, there are 21 creatures, 25 lands. Okay, one thing that you could do right away is change the mana base. Now, before you do any changes, possibly what you might want to do is, before any changes, you can always click on your deck and click Clone, and then work on a copy. You can have up to 75 decks in your account. A couple of times it told me I'm at my maximum. I had to delete some that I never play anymore. You might want to do that. Make a copy of your deck. Just click Clone. Because one thing is to take out one mountain, definitely. You only need 24 lands, really. Drakuseth is amazing, of course. Shivan Dragon, the Blaze, cool. Outrage. So there's some very good red damage, of course. The Gathering makes a bunch of goblins. Not too much payoff though. Spitfire. Okay, so here's the amazing cards of your deck. The amazing cards. Spellgorger Weird. It's a common. You need all 4. So Spellgorger Weird. Definitely all 4. Because every time you cast a non-creature spell, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So you need all of those weirds. Because you have 4 shocks. So every time you cast a shock, you're going to make your weird stronger. You need all 4 of them to, again, get them out faster than, more consistently. There were only 2, so you need all of them. The Fire Urchin is another very good one. Whenever you cast a sorcery instant, it gets +1. You have 3 out of 4. I would put for those urchins all 4 as well, because the more instants and sorceries you do, the better. Related to that other bird, where's that one bird? The Spitfire there. That one gets +3 whenever non-combat damage is dealt. So if you do a shock to the opponent, if I go too fast, let me know. But I can give you back this deck as well after I kind of play with it. If you shock the opponent directly, this gets +3 +0. So I like that one as a 4 of as well. So that means we're going to remove, for example, Ember Hauler. I'm going to remove this Goblin Bird Grabber. It's not, you have to have it plus a flyer plus pay red to make it fly, and that's only doing 2 damage. So none of those Goblin Bird Grabbers. This Halberdier isn't as synergistic as it could be, so we're going to change that. 23 creatures. Okay, we can do with 20 creatures because we don't need that Halberdier, 3 of those. We have all the shocks. Keep those blazes. Outrage. 4 damage to target creature and 2 damage to creature's controller. So this Chandra's Outrage can trigger the Spitfire, because it's going to do damage to the creature, probably wipe it out, deal 2 damage to the opponent, and then give this, because this was non-combat damage, +3. 2 damage divided as you choose. I think that outrage at 4 might be better. It's also instant. So I'm putting 4 of those outrages and taking out the Pyro Helix. Now, one more that might be amazing here is Cavalcade of Calamity. 2 mana enchantment. Whenever a creature you control with power of 1 or less attacks, Cavalcade deals 1 damage to the player or their planeswalker. So you have, the classic strategy here is the Scorch Spitter. Turn 1 Scorch Spitter, you have a 1/1. Turn 2, you put out the Calamity. So when your Scorch Spitter attacks, it attacks for its 1 damage, it attacks for the 1 extra that it says in the box, and it'll do 1 more damage from the Calamity. So that's going to be doing 3 damage on turn 2 if it goes exactly according to plan. Turn 1 Spitter, turn 2 Calamity. You also have the Fire Urchin, because this says power 1 or less, even though the Urchin is a 1/3. It attacks, the Calamity kicks in, deals an extra damage. And the best one is the Spitfire. It's a 1/3. So when this attacks, it triggers the Calamity. It deals the 1 extra damage. Well, that was non-combat damage. This Calamity is an enchantment. It's not doing combat damage. So the Spitfire sees that whenever an opponent is dealt non-combat damage, this gets +3. So you're attacking with a 1/3, triggering the Calamity, then turns it automatically into the 4/0. Then if you even had like, okay, one more thing, Shock, that's non-combat damage, and it would trigger it again, another +3. So I think that will be... Oh, and then the Goblin Gathering, you make these 1/1s that keep doing stuff with that Calamity, and you keep making more goblins the more you cast this, so I like that. So I think I'm going to take out those Infuriates and put 2 of these Calamities. So everything's like so low cost. Obviously you do have like the big creatures if the game goes long. But the these are some changes. So okay, so you have your turn 1 Scorch Spitter to already start attacking and such. You have Shocks, of course, to remove creatures and planeswalkers and do damage to the opponent. You have the Cavalcade, which is completely mean, and it's not legendary, so you can have 2 of these on the battlefield, and it's going to be doing 2 damage at a time. The Urchin has Trample. When you play instants or sorceries, it gets stronger. The Mastiff makes itself and every other Mastiff stronger for only 2 mana. The Spitfire gets very big, very fast with non-combat damage. Non-combat damage is going to happen with your Shocks and your Calamities. The Gathering here is going to make lots of goblins. Again, lots of little attackers to tie in with the Calamity. The Weird is going to get bigger when you cast non-creature spells, so that will trigger with the Shocks, with the Calamity, non-creature spell, with the Outrage. So 4 damage to a creature, 2 to the opponent. Again, that'll deal 4 damage to the creature to probably wipe it out. And then that 2 damage extra to the opponent would trigger the Spitfire. And at 6 mana, 6 damage to anything, so hopefully to finish the opponent, or their planeswalker or big creature, non-creature spell, so that'll trigger the Weird. If it's hitting the opponent, it'll also trigger the Spitfire. Sheevan Dragon, of course, 6 mana, 5/5. When it attacks, you can make it, don't forget to make it into an 11/5, because you spent 6 mana in total to summon it, and then next turn if you attack with it and spend that 6 mana again to pump it up, then it becomes an 11/5. And then good old Drakuseth, 7 mana, 7/7 flying, and then when it attacks, you deal 4 damage to any target and 3 damage to up to 2 other targets. So you're going to do 4 damage directly to the opponent, you're going to do 3 damage to a creature, and then another creature and another opponent. So everything that I changed here is either common or uncommon. I'm keeping all of those rares and mythics and such. 24 lands. That's the deck, so I'm going to do an export and put it back into the chat there if you want it, and then we'll do one more, and then for real, we're gonna wrap it up. But we'll just do one. Obviously, we'll see how this goes on best of 1. Whatever sample size we get there, whatever sample size we have, is not a full indicator. If I completely destroy the opponent, that doesn't mean we'll always destroy them. And if we lose here, that doesn't mean we'll always lose. But we'll just give it a shot with this deck. This deck upgrade. Well, I'm playing the regular opponent. We're not doing 1v1. He doesn't have his version of the deck fully crafted yet, so I'm just doing some random opponent. So what do we have here? I get to go first. Very good. Okay, we're gonna get a bunch of goblins coming out pretty fast. Got that blaze for eventually Drakuseth. So not amazing. Like I said, the best opening hand is turn 1, that little lizard guy, and then turn 2, cavalcade, and then from there the Spitfire, Chandra's Spitfire, turn 3. And you're totally rolling over them. So this is not an amazing opening hand, but let's see how it goes. While the opponent contemplates, I will spelunk in this cavern and tear down this column. There we go. Okay, we got a shock. They didn't. Oops, we pay. It's a. Oh, never mind. I thought that was for some reason pay only 2. I thought that was only pay 2. Okay, fine. Do nothing to shock yet. It's pausing for them. So what is that? They probably have a giant growth, or that other make a thing big. They're gonna try to cultivate something. Gonna ramp into something. Okay, that'll be tricky. Guess here, let's just make more big old goblins. Come on, Calamity Coyote, we need that next. Oops, Ceratops, that's a good one. I can handle it right now if they attack with it. Hopefully they go for it. Guess not. Okay. Shivan Dragon ran out of mana. Okay, well. Have plenty of blockers here. Inescapable Blaze will take care of it. Ooh, I gotta torch that right away. I wanted to save it for that, but that's way more important. And they have one red. Oops, that's gonna be their growth. Nope. Okay. So get double of those. Sure. My urchin got a little bit bigger. Have 5 mana, enough to, if they haste into me. Sure. Trample, okay. Mastiff, okay. Now, I know I did take out one mana, but that's not where we're getting mana screwed. We're just getting bad luck. Because one different mana, oops, that's not good as well. And the Inescapable Blaze won't take it out either, so not good. But that will haste or trample or what? Oh, trample, okay. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll be enough. They got that there's 7 mana. I'm still stuck on 4. That is the big reason why this might not work well. But let's see if we can just make it here.
Nature will take back what rightfully belongs to it.
It's a 10-9. Yeah, this is not gonna work. They were able to ramp into everything pretty well. Even if I get my 6th mana for Shivan Dragon, this thing is already huge. So, yep. So once again, that's not a sample size. They just got lucky. We got unlucky. We got mana screwed way too long, and then they got their perfect mana at that time. So we didn't get the Cavalcade of Calamity. They were able to get out their huge creature, but it would be able to be dealt with, but just the cards weren't there. The Shwigity Shwoody is the opponent. Hilarious. Okay, there's that Cavalcade, but we're going to deal with another mono green opponent here. What else is useful? They definitely want to ramp. They've only got 2 cards in hand, so they must have something pretty good. We have 1, 2, 3 for a Karn. Okay, great. This deck is amazing. It causes people to rage quit like that. So, okay, we got one real loss, and then we got one fake win. So, the tiebreaker to decide the final countdown champion. Oh, just a moment ago, my system said I had been streaming 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 55 seconds. Okay. That was a very close to what I would want as an opening hand, but let's see what we get. Golgari kept it on top. So we've got 2 of these Spitfires. Let's see if we can get the magic rolling. If the Spitfire can live to the next turn, you're going to see some serious stuff. Okay, so the big idea right here is attack. That hits it. That triggers. Those become 4/3s. They don't block. So next, probably gonna do their Nissa right here. Obviously, oh, that's a very, very good result right there. They just ramped into mana that fast, so that's what happens. See, that still triggers that Scorcher still triggers that, so not a total loss. Guess they're gonna do it one more time. What are the odds that someone gets it that many times? That is complete lie. Anyway, they're all tapped out. Okay, well, let's do the weird over here. Hopefully they don't keep top decking amazing stuff. Questing Beast is amazing. So that was a lost turn. Ooh. Yeah, 4 things in the graveyard, so hopefully here the reef, so they're gonna just drop a bunch of cards. I'm sure there's some amazing card coming into play. Extinction event, okay, well. That was a good game. They had everything there, you know. Not much to do about that. Totally went into everything that they needed, so okay, that's enough for me. Yeah, let's wind things down at this point and wrap it up for the day. So thanks everyone as usual for coming to hang out on the stream, and hopefully you saw some fun magic and learned some things and had fun and fun. So 6-hour stream, and gonna wrap it up now. Gotta do some grocery shopping tomorrow, or I guess later today. It's 2 in the morning here in San Diego. And stay safe, social distance, wash your hands, be good to each other, etc. Thanks for coming to hang out. And I'll see you again next time. Don't forget to come by the morning stream to talk about comics. Then of course I'll be around for the night streams on Saturday, and also be as usual on Twitter and YouTube and all of that. Monday is coming that Teferi deck that I was showing, so check out the YouTube. Thanks everyone for hanging out, and I'll see you next time.